Hello. Sorry. Um, Not sure if Abby's quite ready to rejoin us again yet. But I just didn't want to sit around in the backstage again, whatever, playing music, whatever. I gotta get walking the dog again in a little bit, so I wanted to kind of let you guys know. Hopefully, Abby can rejoin us here shortly, and maybe if someone else wants to hop on, hopefully Michael Pan will be joining us again shortly. You can refine the stream. Um, so that someone can carry on the conversation so I can get the dog her walk on time. But she can hang in there for a little bit for now. Pardon me, I'm just having a cigarette, so I'm just going to kind of turn off my camera for a little bit. Because I don't like to encourage people to maybe want to have a cigarette just by seeing someone. Sometimes it gets somebody, triggers somebody, so. So I don't know what the fuck happened. That sucked. I think Abby had like an incoming call, and so whatever she did to mute the incoming call, I think it like shut the stream off. That's just a guess, though. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I didn't touch anything, but maybe it just crashed. Sometimes it just fucking crashes. This shit happens, though. We got to roll with the punches. So, and while I'm waiting for everyone else to join me, if Fiddleford, if you're still there, I think it was you, unless it was somebody else. Somebody shared with me a story about a militantly illegal police conduct, a conviction that shatters years of protection for Thunder Bay Police Sergeant. Story from February 23rd, 2026. I wanted to thank you for sharing that with me because just looking at this story, I see an eerie similarity to what happened with my neighbor a couple weeks ago, where they're doing unwarranted invasion of people's privacy, and then after the fact trying to invent a legal reason why they were justified to do that. And so this is a great, maybe I'll share it here and just read the article while we're waiting. But this is a great piece of evidence to kind of build the case that this is a systemic problem. This is not a one-off bad apple. The guilty verdict exposes not just one rogue officer, but a culture of corruption and systemic racism inside the Thunder Bay Police Service. Let's just change this last bit to inside the Canadian policing culture in general. So, in the decades-long high-profile saga of the beleaguered Thunder Bay Police Service, no officer had faced more public scrutiny without conviction than former Staff Sergeant Michael Demini. That changed on February 20 when a court found him guilty of breach of trust and obstruction of justice for what Justice Michael Block called militantly illegal police conduct. That's what happens when the fucking Nazis take over your goddamn police force and the Zionists. Pardon me. Ontario Provincial Police tactical officers stood at the courtroom's edges in response to an undisclosed security threat. Just a vague little that reminds me of those fucking officers in El Salvador. I'm not sure if you guys know what I'm talking about, or whatever, but they went in the in to when the politicians were trying to do their whatever proceeding. They went and surrounded them with all these armed thugs with guns, just as a little hint, whatever, a subtle threat of violence or whatever, just with their presence. And so that's clearly a tactic that the fascist police and militaries of countries around the world have applied. So, as Block found Domini guilty of the last series of charges in 3 trials the officer has faced in the last year. Block called Domini's actions a brazen breach of the standard of responsibility and conduct demanded of a police sergeant by the nature of their office. TBPS leadership had repeatedly cleared Domini in internal investigations. This is why they can't investigate themselves. Multiple police services chased persistent rumors that the officer was dealing steroids and cocaine, finding nothing, reached the point where the service issued public statements that it stood by Domini, while it internally looked into officers for bullying him, so protecting the organized crime within the police service. In 2026, folks, Block called Domini's actions. Yeah, I hate how they just make you repeat. The latest charges were laid in connection with the November 2020 incident in which the former sergeant entered an apartment without a warrant in search of tools that had been stolen from the father of his then common-law partner. Domini arrested the apartment's occupants in what the court called militantly illegal police conduct. Domini was then found to have retroactively concocted a legal rationale. He went so far as to alter the incident report of a subordinate without that officer's knowledge or permission to say police had been in fresh pursuit of a man with a warrant out for his arrest. So this is the shit that we're dealing with in Canada. And it's not just in Windsor, not just in Ontario. What's up, Dan, Abby? Thank you. How's it going?
Good. You had I'll just start talking about that. I believe that this is standard procedure, and it might go back a little bit further than just what we're seeing right now. Like these things have been going on for decades, and the police are never arrested. In the way that they're even in the way that they're carrying out the raids, what ends up happening is the judge has to throw out the entire thing because it's not done on a warrant. So they can't legally defend the case, even if they have kilos of cocaine and millions of dollars, like in their house. If the police do an illegal raid, the judge has to throw out the case. And people have gotten out on that.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, because I don't have the evidence to kind of make the claim, but that is what I have been suspecting, that this is the tip of the iceberg, and it's been going on for such a long time, to that point where how do we expect to have a fair trial? I saw someone making a video about in the States, like the right to a fair trial is at risk. I was like, what? When did you ever have a right to a fair trial? I was gonna, in connection with this, actually, a good thing to bring up. Hopefully Michael Pan can join us. I know he likes to watch the African Diaspora News Channel with, what's his name? Mr. Scott. I forget his first name, but they had put out a video about an incident in Canada, in Quebec, of anti-Black racism, of a person who was arrested on a city bus. Someone had tried to board the bus and could not pay for their fare. They were a little bit short, and the bus driver wanted to kick them off. Philip Scott, thank you. And so, but another passenger on the bus had offered to pay the person's fare for them. So just no need to have any incident here. I'll pay, and we can move on. But no, the bus driver had to insist that that person was not allowed to board, and tried to concoct a false story about the passenger who went to try to pay for this person trying to board. He said that he assaulted and spat on him. And so then the police were called, just like my neighbor here, 9 cop cars show up to arrest this person on a false accusation, and then they will retroactively justify it somehow. So let me find that video if I can, because that's totally worth bringing some attention to.
And I'll mention about the article. This is the first officer that they've arrested on this thing. The first officer that they've actually charged. All of them, they get a slap on the wrist, and then they're put into either like they'll be put on leave, they'll still be paid, or they're rotated out to another place, or they'll join NAPS, which is the police service that the reservations utilize.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to look for. It's a little hard to listen and look for the video at the same time. So, what were you saying? Sorry.
This is the first officer that they've arrested in Thunder Bay for any of this stuff.
It's finally gotten bad enough where they have to throw whatever somebody onto the bus.
It's been publicized enough. There's been growing up in the last 10 years, there's been a continuous effort to try and get some of these guys penalized, but it always fails. What happens to them is they'll be put on leave, but they'll still retain their benefits and pay, or they'll be rotated out into another community, and the final thing is they'll go and join, instead of say the city police, they'll join the provincial police, or they'll go and join NAPS, which is the police service that the reservations utilize.
Okay, maybe even RCMP.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're still muted there, Abby, but if you got a comment, I'm gonna look for this. I don't know if you heard. I was sharing there was an incident, an anti-black racist incident on a city bus in Quebec. Yeah, this might. Well, I don't know if that's 2 years ago. So I'll find it. Just give me a minute.
So, you said 2 years ago?
Well,
So
there's
recently,
all kinds of incidents. There's probably even another one that I didn't know about from 2 years ago. But I just heard of it from a month ago. Not even.
well, the big thing in the United States right now is this guy named Chud the Builder, I think his name is. So, he it's so crazy because if you're anti-black, then why are you? His content was built off the backs of black people. He would go around calling black people the N-word, antagonize them, stuff like that. And then when they would respond to him, he would spray them with bear spray or what have you. And he'd say stuff like, "Look at them chimping out, like we look like monkeys. What about my lip looks like a monkey?" If anything, it would be his paper cuts. But I digress. So he just kept antagonizing. Some dude, he started carrying a weapon, and he would antagonize people because he was getting scared because he was getting more known, and the bear spray wasn't working like it used to. So he started carrying a gun, and he's first incident that showed that he's not as tough as he thinks he is he ran up on this black dude at a gas station who also had a gun. That boy called the police so fast, and he's like, "Wait a minute, I thought you was tough. I thought you were about that life. What happened? Why are you calling the police?" So
yeah, I was seeing people talk about this Chud, but I
it's
didn't
going to be
really.
a very interesting case because he's basically admitted on other people's podcasts that he does that for clicks and to get for clout and stuff like that. He makes a lot of money off of it.
Right.
What culminated was, I think it was a couple of days ago, he made this post saying, well, let me back up for a second. He went into a restaurant. There's a lot of content creators lately that have been going into restaurants and racking up a big uh-oh. oh no, and racking up a huge tab. And then they don't want to pay because they're like, oh, I have this many followers. And the restaurant is like, we don't care. You still have to pay your bill. So I'm gonna let you out. Don't worry. So he already got arrested for that, and he was at court on for that reason. Some reason he had a gun at the courthouse. I don't know how that transpired because you can't have a gun at the courthouse. So maybe after he left the courthouse, he came out with his gun and was like walking around antagonizing people, I guess. Well, he came across this veteran that told him, leave me alone. I have PTSD and I don't play with you like that. Well, he came at the veteran. Apparently, that's what they're saying. That's what the police said. He came towards the veteran again and pulled out his gun and kept going. The veteran hit him, and he shot the veteran in the stomach. Ended up grazing himself in the arm in the process. But he got arrested for that. He was claiming self-defense. Now in Tennessee and Texas, there's like stand your ground is not where you could just brandish your weapon while you're antagonizing people. That's not stand your ground.
No.
That you're provoking people. So they don't consider that a self-defense case.
Of the veteran.
So he got sorry, I'm picking up the food. The baby dropped all over the floor. So the craziest part of it is he went on Twitter before this happened and said something to the effect of, I know I'm being long-winded and I'm sorry for that, but said something to the effect of he was gonna have a dead chimp on the season finale, a dead chimp on the ground, and me and my self-defense or something. I don't know. And I'm like, how dumb are you to put that on Twitter? Well, anyway, the judge gave him a $1.25 million bond. And what's it called? Click, Send, Go? That Christian GoFundMe? They raised all the money for his bond. Isn't that very Christian of them? But I think the judge put a freeze on it because they said you can't. They put a freeze on the money or something, so he's still in jail, I think.
Okay, good.
But anyway, that happened like a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I should look into that. That's fucked up.
I don't know if they're like people are thinking that Trump is gonna give them a pass or something.
Maybe, who knows?
Can y'all hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Yep.
Nobody saying anything?
I don't know. Yeah, you can hear me?
You have to deal with this motherfucker named Chud the Builder.
So you know who I'm talking
seriously?
about, right?
No. I saw it a couple of days ago on my.
Let me turn this off. Sorry.
On my like when you open up your browser, it'll give you like just some news shit. Mm-hmm. I saw like Chud the Builder. What the fuck is this? What name is this?
Right.
And then you look into it. I have to take this seriously? This name?
Right.
Yeah, it's an infantilization of the public.
And you're just like, people are just walking around minding their business and you're antagonizing them with the most derogatory word you could use. It's just, I don't know. And now he's playing the victim. He's like, my 2-year-old son and my baby's mother wants to change his name because she says I've disgraced his name because I guess he's a junior.
Right. Well, you did.
And probably. It's like, okay, well, you did all of that for a click. You're obviously not that smart. And I hope you get everything you deserve.
Yeah. Sounds like one of these new streamers that Kit Cabello's been
And the craziest part,
About
now this is how it gets real crazy, Dan. There's so this girl like saw him, this black lady saw him, and she was like, "Hey, there's pictures of him dressing up like a fairy from years ago." So the girl sees him, and she gets out, and he acts like he doesn't know who she is, and she's like, "Remember, I used to peg you." And he was like, "Oh yeah."
oh yeah, I
So
forgot.
so she went online and was talking about it. She was like, "Yeah, I'm a professional pegger. I use that to go through school." Because when she's talking to him, she's like, "What happened to you, bro? Because you weren't racist then. You weren't racist. What are you doing?"
Mm.
So I guess he wasn't expecting to see her on the side of the road.
Oh, that sucks. Sucks for him.
So what do you think? What kind of psychosis is that? I
That
think maybe he want a black
if
dude to peg him.
you can't beat him,
Is what it
join
all
him.
boils down to.
Maybe he's not really been racist, but he's just decided to play the part. Sounds like the Coonan thing. Can
Mm.
I? Are we? Should I play this video here? I gotta get taken out, so maybe I'll send you the link if you want to play it here.
I don't want to talk about anti-blackness right now.
Oh, okay.
There's too much of it happening.
Well, I had just been just to
And
kind of have something to talk about while
I
we were
think
getting.
like
Oh, go ahead.
there's so many people like saying, "Oh, we're gonna have a civil war," and they're not gonna know what hit them. And it's like, who is even bother with you? Nobody's even concerned with you. What? Leave us alone. It's
Yeah,
like
my
they're
issue.
foaming at the mouth for violence.
Yeah, I don't have the patience for this immature kind of people fucking their lives up
Why
to
is
be a
everybody so
YouTube
silent?
stunt person. Are we not having? You can't hear me or having audio problems? It sounds like this is weird. I
Is
think
it
maybe
me or y'all can't hear me?
no. I see levels popping up on both of us. I can hear you. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
I can't hear them. Oh,
Must be Abby then. Can you
Oh, I'm
still
not.
hear us, Dan?
have I?
Yeah, I can hear her.
Oh, okay. I was like, have I been talking to myself the whole time?
Oh no, it's something on with your phone. I'm not sure what that's.
Yeah, I don't understand the It's like if you don't like us, why try to come in? Why come up to us? Why try to provoke us? You, if I don't like somebody, I'm not gonna stay. I'm not gonna be around them. If I see them coming, I'm gonna go the other direction. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like if or if we have to be in the same space, if you don't get out of my pot, little lady. I'm waiting for the rice to finish steaming. I'll bring you a plate. Sorry about that.
You
So
getting at it?
if I don't like someone, even if we have to be in the same vicinity, I'm not gonna be around them.
Oh.
Like, and I'm certainly not gonna be like, I'm calling the police because I'm scared. Why are you here? And then walk up to you. You're not scared. You're trying to provoke. He ran that way. Go get him. Hurry
Now,
up, mama. Go get him.
what do you do when you tell
He
someone,
left the door open. She
go
left the
on,
door open.
go away, right?
Oh, he loves that.
And they don't go?
Right. What do you have the right to do? This is okay. I'm gonna mute you there a bit, Abby. You got too much noise going on. Sorry. But yeah, what you're saying. What do you do when you tell someone to go away and they don't listen to you? I don't think it automatically gives you the right to just attack them. But I mean, this is what happened to my neighbor. He was asking someone to leave his apartment. In that situation, you have the right to ask them to leave, and if they don't, this is what I learned. My mistake was telling him maybe he should call the cops. so that there would be a non-violent solution, and obviously it was not. So what his right in that situation was is because it was his property, he's allowed to forcibly evict her from the premises. If it's out in public, I think you have to walk away. If you say leave me the fuck alone, and somebody doesn't, you don't have you have to try to de-escalate, and then if they try to harm you, then you have the right to self-defense. So
Yeah, for me, it was this person. They'd come to my back. They'd come to my back door, right? And they'd start throwing slurs at us. They were drunk and they were angry, so we tell them to go away, right? And it just continues on. And, eventually, like, your lips, they start going numb, right? And what do you do?
yeah, the people trying to provoke you, they succeed. Your body starts to respond.
I know what I would do. I'm gonna have to leave and come back because I can't hear Michael. I can only hear Dan. I don't know why.
Yeah, we got to get that sorted because I need to get trying to take the dog out.
And I think I'm gonna switch. Now that I'm finished in the kitchen, I think I'm gonna switch back to my computer.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, sounds good.
But yeah, like
Yeah,
you,
take
you
your
could
dog out.
you could only play with people for so long. You like some people might walk away, but you're gonna meet the right one who is not gonna back down. And oh well, you know. And they keep saying the dude kept saying freedom of speech, freedom of speech. Well, freedom of speech is your ability is freedom to speak about how you feel about the government. You can't yell fire in a closed room
Crowded theater.
like
Yeah.
in a movie theater or something. You can't do that because you're putting people in danger. You're provoking people for violence. So I don't think people understand what freedom of speech really means.
Nope. And that's
Because
where.
that doesn't mean you have freedom from consequences.
Yeah.
Let's put it into a historical context. The United States didn't originally have freedom of speech. That was actually kind of something that was brought in the 60s. But there's the freedom of speech fights of like the union movements that's what I'm aware of. And those fights weren't about that. They weren't about like I'm allowed to say whatever kind of sentence or words that I want.
Mm-hmm.
It was about confronting power, confronting not just like power like you see it today, but power like the police are going to come and kill you if you talk about this. You don't.
Right.
It doesn't matter who you are; they're going to kill you anyway.
And it's sort of the forgotten story.
Yeah, I think people need to go back to civics class or something because they have a really poor understanding of the amendments and the like codes and statutes. They think like stand your ground just means I could just if I provoke you, I can and you jump on me. I don't really understand why George Zimmerman got away with what he did because the police told him not to follow the kid. He followed him, then got out of his car to confront him. So it seems like self-defense would have went in the other direction. That was a really confusing case to me, which makes me a little concerned about this case. Even though the penal code clearly states that you cannot provoke someone, brandish your weapon, or even if you have to brandish your weapon because you're scared for your life, you have to still make an effort to de-escalate the situation. And I think on the police record, it said that he was walking towards the man with his gun. So that's not making an effort to de-escalate.
The police need to
So,
understand this too, because they do the exact same thing. They say,
Mom, you hanging around waiting for your food?
because the police
I'm
they
gonna
say
put you
whatever, you got to put down
on
your
mute.
whatever weapon, and then
Actually, I'm gonna leave because I can't hear
nothing.
Michael. I'm gonna leave and come back.
Yeah, sounds good. I was just saying, like we all know that whether you're just a right wing, whatever nut job American who thinks that you can provoke somebody and then act like it's self defense or whatever, the police do that. And that's exactly why the citizens think they can get away with that, because they see the example and they want to follow it. Very bad situation we're in here. So let's take a look at some of what you guys have been saying in the chat. Sorry, we haven't really been calling up your comments too much or addressing them. So yeah, it kind of depends on where you are. Are you in your own space? Are they aggressively coming towards you? You can always leave, but you can also make the legal defense if they're coming at you aggressively, that you felt fear for your life and you acted accordingly. Whether or not they accept that kind of argument.
Honestly, they might not even process the incident. They might just say no, it's not worth putting the paperwork through. And I've had that happen with my partner, where someone goes to attack him, and it's on camera, right? Someone goes to attack him, and then yeah. Anyway, no fight really ensued. It was just the hit, and then things kind of died off from there, right?
Yeah, sometimes you think that you're about to be in the middle of a fight, and it's very much whatever, like anticlimactic, right? But that's for the best, you know. You don't want things to get to the worst situation. I'm just worried with the way that things have been getting worse. Like I don't really feel as safe as I used to, just kind of walking around my own like apartment building at night, sort of thing. You never really know what kind of a person you're going to bump into. For the most part, I'm still fine. Like I don't need to try to get paranoid, but people I hear in the parking lot outside of my my window here, a lot of the people from the bar across the street, where they get into all kinds of shenanigans late at night. Makes me worried about people. So, maybe. Sorry, go ahead.
Walking home from the bar after too many too. You don't always end up home, and I don't mean you end up in jail or dead, but I mean you can end up doing things that you normally wouldn't do. You might break into someone's shed and steal from them, right? Because you know that you can go in there, or
Yep. Or people are thinking that things have gotten bad enough that when they're not drunk, they wouldn't be willing to do this kind of stuff, but they might be more willing to take that chance to sort of prove they're not a coward to themselves by doing something really stupid. And who knows? There's all kinds of motivations for why people do stuff, but I don't even think people are really stealing stuff out of desperation. A lot of this stuff, this behavior that I see, is kind of like a fuck you to the world sort of rebellion, anarchist kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. We got someone new saying hello. Hello, Copper Ms. Parker. Abby will be joining us again shortly. She's just having some technical difficulties. She couldn't hear me, but she could hear Dan, so just trying to fix that. But thank you for joining us. Maybe I'll put up the banner here. Thanks for maybe like, share, and subscribe, guys, if you haven't already.
Do you have are there vigilante organizations popping up in your town?
Maybe I haven't really. I'm a little too reclusive to have my finger on the pulse like that. But I would be surprised if there isn't. There's a lot of people kind of doing the right-wing militia sort of response to the situation.
Like the Guardian Angels, right?
You mean like the Hell's Angels? Is there a different one called Guardian Angels?
I think it's Guardian Angels. They're like vigilantes in the New York subway that like they're the whole thing is like the private citizen. So it's a neoliberal response to like what's to the symptoms of our society, rather than like the that the whole spiel. But I think it's Guardian Angels anyway. So in my town, we have this new group that came up. I think they're called Crazy Indian Bastards, and they what they're doing that it doesn't. They haven't attacked them, but they're moving like homeless people or people who are looking for shelter to do their drugs now that the safe injection places have been shut down thanks to Ford. They're just like pushing them out of the way, getting them like pretty much brushing things under the carpet, right? They haven't resorted to violence yet, but yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if there's something else going on and they're just doing this as a front for PR like the Hells Angels would do.
Yeah, I have noticed that there seems to be like it's just a matter of time as far as they haven't attacked them yet, like you're saying, but they're preparing for something. I think they're trying to like get the right-wing idiots that listen to them kind of they gotta get them into like a frenzy in a way, like especially there's the drug addicts and the homeless, and then there's the immigrants, like the Indian immigrants. They're very much whipping a lot of these stupid white people in Canada into, we gotta vilify these other people, gotta otherize them and whatnot, and then it's got a little bit to do with like this MAID stuff too. Like they're all gung-ho about we got to stop this MAID stuff, but they actually kind of want to kill off these people at the same time. So not really sure about how all of this is going to unfold, but it looks like it's going to get ugly before it gets any better.
Gangs do as well, like for the populace, right? They represent something of a sort of, against the stream, and people end up supporting them, right? A lot of white people support the Hells Angels. And they rally behind that cause, right? They don't have anything else, but they rally behind that cause. Well, that's just kind of all. That's it.
Yeah, basically. No, it's messed up because they don't really want to connect the dots. They want to complain about this drug crisis, and they want to glorify organizations like the Hells Angels, and then not recognize who do you think is actually selling those drugs to these people? It's the fucking Hell's Angels for sure.
Well, the myth, the whole myth with the Hell's Angels is that, like, yeah, they'll do that business, but they'll keep the streets clean for the right.
Right. Yeah.
That's what. In the literature, that's what they say.
Well, this is when you recognize, if you look at the history between the police and the Hells Angels, you can see clear enough that they are like they do the dirty work of the police, and there's a reason why they're not really getting properly, like the law fully enforced against them, and having their organized criminal network dismantled.
There's a book in my hometown on that, actually, the connection between the Hells Angels and the police, right, and how they're utilized to take down left-wing dissidents, the unions, and all. I can't find it though.
Yeah, I gotta get around to doing some of that research, because I was finding some of this, some news articles about like the CSIS, or our spy agencies or whatever, infiltrating some of these far right groups and whatnot. Infiltrating, this is what I'm saying. And what is the important question to ask is, are they actually infiltrating them to try and disrupt them, or are they literally just running these groups for whatever purpose? And that's what I think, but I have to prove it. It's just sad they can't recognize how Nazis are all up in these police force and everything, when we got our parliament saluting a Nazi war criminal, right?
What was the show, Sons of Anarchy, where it's like following like an undercover in a biker gang?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They aren't undercovers, they're handlers. Come on.
It's not saying the quiet part out loud. That's what makes all of that work. So I was hoping Abby would be joining us here. She seems to be having some difficulties getting back to us. I see Michael Pan is back. If you would like to come on back up, feel free. It'd be good to continue. I forget where we left off. If you can remember what we were talking about before. Are you back, Abby? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I'm on my computer.
Nice.
So that didn't work out as well as I had hoped.
Well, this stream seems to be a bit of a struggle session tonight, but we're making it work.
I think it's my fault, because since I was, had the baby and stuff and trying to make it work, but
yeah, that's a pretty good movie. Pretty brutal. This is the kind of stuff that I'd like to show my kids one day, but you got to find the right time.
So what are y'all talking about?
Rhonda was saying, watch American History X. We were just talking about, like, the fascist police in Canada and stuff. There's a friend of yours, I don't know if you know them, Copper Ms. Parker, hopped in the stream. I'm not sure if she's still there, but thank you for joining us.
Hi, Miss Copper, Miss Parker. Copper, Miss Parker. That's funny. Miss Parker.
So
we're a Friday reference.
Where you guys left off with Michael Pan was talking about how Canada is like an appendage of America. I just went and looked back.
Good, thank you. So if you guys maybe want to pick up on that, Abby. Bella's giving me the look. She's been trying to get me to take her out for a little while. Can I take her for a walk yet?
Sure.
All right, good. I'll be back. So, thanks, guys. See you in a bit.
So I can't talk about American History X because I've never seen it before. Isn't that like a Nazi party or something? A movie about a skinhead party or something like that? Can you hear me, Dan?
Oh, sorry. What was the name of the thing?
American History X. Bye, Mousy.
I haven't heard of that.
I wanted to show today. Like a big part of the reason why we are where we are right now is because the sin of slavery, no one ever paid for it. Like there was no one was held accountable for the behavior. They just kind of moved on. And they didn't even really move on. They just kind of changed the way slavery existed until the 1970s, really. And I was born in 1977.
They tell us that we need to reconcile our differences rather than rectify the atrocities.
Yeah. Or like move on from it. No, there needs to be repair because y'all haven't moved on either, which is evident in the behaviors that we're seeing on full display. And I wanted to show this. Oh, here we go. Jeez. So Trump was trying to sue for like $10 billion or something, and the judge threw it out. So I had to move into settlement. I forget her name. I'll pull it up. Don't worry. So I think they're trying to settle for like almost $2 billion, and the funds from the settlement is supposed to go to January 6th people. I was like, what? This can't be real. Let me see if I'm saying this properly.
Is this for the IRS anti-weaponization fund?
Okay. So let me share this. Dude, it's moving at the speed of a snail. Oh damn, Mousy, that's messed up. Cause how you reconcile that? Some people you just gotta let go of.
The fucking hell did Reagan do when the Black Panthers showed up on the what was it, Congress's steps, armed?
Mm-hmm.
Now they're gonna give a whole bunch of money.
I think he changed the gun laws when that happened, right?
Yeah.
They were like, no, the gun laws aren't meant for you. All right, so can you see this?
Yeah. All
right, little man. House Democrats litigation task force fights to block Trump's self-dealing settlement and sham $10 billion IRS lawsuit. Is it big enough?
For me, yeah.
Okay. May 18, 2026. As President Donald Trump attempts to conclude the sham $10 billion lawsuit he filed against the IRS, an agency he oversees as President of the United States. House Democrats litigation task force simultaneously filed a motion to block his unconstitutional taxpayer-funded settlement. So the coalition is being led in this effort by task force co-chairs, judiciary ranking members Jamie Raskin and assistant leader Joe Neguse, as well as Ways and Means ranking member Richard Neal and House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. Okay. 93 House Democrats signed on the, is that amicus? I don't know that word. Amicus brief filed in Trump versus IRS before Judge Kathleen Williams, that's the judge's name, in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida. The lawmakers' filing seeks to prevent Trump's corrupt attempt to settle the lawsuit in exchange for the creation of a $1.7 billion slush fund through which the president would be able to reward allies, including the nearly 1,600 defendants convicted or charged in connection with the January 6th attack on the Capitol. So I find it interesting that they say reward allies, and then they include including the nearly 1,600 defendants. I feel like that is like, look over there. But who are these other allies? Because he's not giving 1.7 billion amongst 1,600 just random Joe Schmoes in the country. That's not happening. So who are these other allies? That's what I really want. It also argued that the lawsuit is unconstitutionally collusive and not a real case or controversy, given that President Trump is effectively on both sides of the case. Ultimately, the lawmakers urged Judge Wilson to dismiss the lawsuit for lack of jurisdiction. So this goes back to what I was talking about, how the original slave owners weren't punished. In fact, they were given reparations. So this is kind of the same thing. Like, you're giving them reparations? Imagine if and then they're claiming it was Antifa all along. So are you giving Antifa reparations? Like, you got to make this make sense. And since this happened, at least 33 of these defendants have been rearrested on sexual assault or child SA charges. What a great bunch. What a great bunch of people. Okay, this is pure fraud and highway robberies. No one can be plaintiff and defendant in the same case, and no president can concoct a fake case for $10 billion in damages against the government so he can be the plaintiff and defendant, then settle his bogus case against himself as a judge. This is simply not a genuine case or controversy as required by the Constitution. Now, the original case was going to shield him, his sons, everybody in his family from having to show their tax returns, in, what's that word? Perpetuity, which is absurd. But you get the drift. Do I need to read? You want me to read more, or you get the drift? Unless you guys want me to read more, just let me know. I just find it incomprehensible. I've never seen this level of corruption. Openly, yeah. Thank you, Dan. I was that word was like hand.
Like the IRS and all the other government institutions will have crazy ass background information on everybody in the United States under the system, like the NKVD. It has been outshined by the American bureaucratic system, and just how much information they have on you folks. Not to mention the data centers that now will sell your information to whoever. But the president and his family demand that we don't look into their tax returns because it makes them feel uncomfortable.
I find it, speaking of the data centers, like, I just find it interesting that now everybody wants to be in an uproar about how taxpayers are subsidizing the data centers. And it's like, do you not know America? Do you not know how many things that we've subsidized for billionaires? It's the same playbook. Subsidized stadiums. Then you turn around and have to buy tickets to go be entertained. You already paid for this stadium. You should be able to walk in this motherfucker anytime you want.
With how the inflow and outflow of money in the United States works, it's not just the I don't use the word taxpayer because it just throws everyone, even Donald Trump when he does, into the same category. I just say working class people, people who earn a wage, but it's not just the working class who's paying for all of this. When a country exports a lot of goods to the United States, they're given a whole bunch of American dollars. That company, they then will utilize those dollars to purchase bonds, which are utilized, which are then utilized in spending. That's what why the deficits always growing larger and never shrinking.
Stop for a second. Okay, when a country exports goods into the United States, I just want to make sure I'm picking up what you're putting down. When a country exports goods into the United States, keep going.
Oh, yeah. When a country exports goods into the United States, they're given United States dollars. So that company will put those dollars.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
I'm seeing what you're saying.
Their profits into stocks, into American bonds, right? And those
like China.
Yeah. Bailed out the United States in 2008, but they're selling those off though. So those
not at a higher rate though, because that would actually hurt China as well, right? Like China could collapse our economy tomorrow if they wanted to, but that would affect them too, so they don't. But they are like stashing them a little by little, so it won't really affect them economically the way, you know what I'm saying?
They've been selling them off recently.
Yes, but
they so it's not like, so they purchased the bond, right? And and in that purchase, the money that the United States U.S. dollars that they utilized to purchase those bonds, they then that's when the government borrows. gives a bond, issues a bond. Your taxes actually go to paying back the interest on those bonds. Your taxes don't go to your services. Your taxes go entirely, almost, to paying back those bonds. And your point with China, when they bailed out the United States for however many years it was, the IRS was collecting taxes to give to the People's Republic of China.
Yeah, we pay like $1 trillion, and that's just off the interest of the debt we owe a year, I think. I'm just throwing a number out. We should probably try to look that up.
And there's another way to do this, right? The government could instead spend money directly on the goods, on healthcare, on housing, on things that lower the cost of living, and through that spending, that's immediately it's either immediately or it's long term, both, seen as a boon in the economy, right? They don't have to do the debt spent. They don't have to do the bond shit. They don't have to do the whole deficit thing. They just need to. They could instead just spend the money on the schools, on the hospitals, on the healthy food, right? On the industries that they need to build back up in their own country. And in that'll also lower the price, lower the cost of living. It cuts out the profit incentive entirely.
So when you have a society that is an imperialistic society, and their military is volunteer only, how are you going to pull that off? Because when you're in perpetual wars, unless you have the people so destitute and poor and want a better life for themselves, that some of their only options is the military. That's the way I see it. Because I think about these things. Why would anybody even go? If it's volunteer and you see the fuckery, and a lot of people say, for poverty, or I had no way out of this like impoverished town. I wanted to go to college, I couldn't afford it. Like everything leads back to education or or money. Not to like. None of it is about being patriotic about your country. They beat that into you when they reprogram you when you get there. But if you had a society that was worth fighting for, you weren't, and you knew your government wasn't going to war just off of a whim. People wouldn't mind doing the military service, like the required military service for their country. That's just my humble opinion. And then and I did look it up, and I was right. The U.S. federal government spends over $1 trillion annually on interest payments for the national debt. It equates to paying roughly $2.8 billion per day. Wow.
Richard Wolff talks a lot about that, and he breaks it. Yeah, he really breaks it down for,
Yeah, I like him a lot. So I'm gonna play something because I need to fix him some milk. He needs some milk. You're from Canada, right? You don't know that reference. He needs some milk. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
It's like if you get your butt whooped or something, like you get into it with somebody and you didn't win. A phrase that we use here is like, he needs some milk, meaning he just got. I don't know what it means. Like he got babied or something. Let me see. Is this the one? No.
Record. I think you're talking
And
about.
somebody in the chat, like, oh, sorry, go. I was gonna say somebody in the chat, like, I know I'm probably using that reference incorrectly, so please correct me. It's funny.
Record. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, baby. Are you gone? What happened?
Oh, it's all right.
So I wanted you to see. This is a little longer, so I'm going to start it so I can go fix him his bottle. I'm switching gears to like the ballroom because we kind of talked about it earlier and I didn't get a chance to pull it up. This guy sounds completely unhinged. It's like all he could think about is this goddamn ballroom. That he claimed that it was going to be paid for privately, and now they're trying to get the United States tax. Well, the working class. Thank you for that correction, Dan, too, because that, like words matter and like terms matter. I need to start changing my language. I'm coming, baby. I'm coming. So after and when I come back, I want to play something else for you because these people are completely unhinged. Let me make sure it's gonna play, okay? I couldn't hear it. You can't hear it either, can you?
I can't hear it, but I think I know what you're. I think I know what he might be talking about. Trump, Iran put like a $50 million bounty on Trump's head.
Oh yeah. And he came out there like kind of, I don't know. He's like, I don't know. Who knows? They might be all in cahoots any damn way. Let me see. He's jumping. It just, that sucks.
Yeah, it's still not given sound.
I know. No sound. I can hear it go poof, and then nothing happens. I don't know what's going on tonight. Huh. Sean says stop using Facebook. You know what? Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go on YouTube and find it. Shouldn't be that hard to find. Midas touch.
So with he's really valuable for what's happening in the economy, right? What's the economics, right? Another criticism he offers is yes, there's still like in the actually existing socialism, there was that hierarchy of power still, but that's where he becomes kind of ineffective and just goes into the co-ops. Like I don't know. Maybe he has to change his messaging to be able to talk to the audience in the way that I have to read some of his earlier work. It's really his earlier work, though, where he shines. He does a lot of stuff on anti-colonialism, and I think he was in Zimbabwe and he learned the language there too.
Who are you referring to?
Richard Wolff.
Oh, okay. Yes. His daughter lived in my complex in New York City. I never got a chance to meet him because we fell out over COVID, which was wild. Yes, the economist, Richard Wolff. He knows like a couple of languages or something. He's anyway, go ahead.
Oh yeah, he knows French, he knows German. There's just one thing that he mentions, and that is from France. It's termed the priest with the double chin. And then there's the priest with the double chin, and then the priest who will break your chains, right?
Priest with a double chin and the priest that will break your chains. Is that what you just said?
Yeah. The priest with the double chin will go to the politicians, they'll go to the armies, they'll go to the rich, and they'll bless them, they'll bless their whatever, they'll bless the army, they'll bless the ship, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they get fat. And then there's this skinny bugger here. Might be a little crazy, might be a little mad. He's a preacher, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's in there with you.
Mm-hmm.
He's not separate from you. He's in the struggle with you.
I see. Interesting. I haven't actually listened to him in a while. I need to go back to listening to him. Now I wonder if I could find this, but it's also on Facebook, Sean. This is pastor who is trying to invoke Jesus as like the reason why the ballroom, like it needed to be built, and we've been waiting Jesus was waiting 200 years for the right person to build it, or something insane. It was just goddamn insane. But it's all on Facebook. I'm so sorry. I am going to get this instead then.
Are they evangelist?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Christian white nationalists. They sound batshit crazy. Oh, I have something on YouTube. Okay. Let me see what this is. It might be changing the subject, though.
I classify evangelists as the Christians of capitalism, right?
Hello.
Like the Anglicans, Presbyterians, and the Lutherans are the Christians of the feudal era, and in the King James Bible, they'll talk about the divine right. In this era, we have the evangelicals who bless the dollar, who bless prosperity, much in the same way. So Christianity, in that way, is reformed.
Isn't that why they're Zionists, though? Because you're not supposed to be, usury is supposed to be unchristian-like. So I think that's why when you call them the Christian capitalists, that's Zionism.
Well, isn't idolatry supposed to be a sin too, or whatever? Isn't that kind of what you're doing when you worship the dollar instead of God?
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's that's a contradiction that the evangelicals haven't worked out, or
They
not a
actively refuse to address.
they haven't squared that circle. Some might say.
What's up, bad cookies?
But I mean, we can talk about how, like, in this old version of this kind of Christianity,
Excuse me.
but in the with the evangelicals, the ideology behind it's changed because the material base has changed, right?
Yeah. Well, we gotta take a time on Thursday, one of these days, to talk about evangelicalism in Africa. Like Nigeria, I'm seeing that they're whipping up. Like that's just one example that they're whipping up the evangelists to potentially try and start up another kind of like civil war sort of thing, and to demonize the to create the Islamophobia in a lot of these countries. They have a pretty even split between like Christians and Muslims, and it is very much like the way to um, usher in the neo-colonialism, the neo-imperialism of, and it's sad when people want to deny like the Christianity's influence on capitalism. What are we seeing? What are they returning to defend, to rescue capitalism in its crisis? They're bringing it back to this religious mindset because that's the only thing that will kind of get people to. That's how you get people to commit atrocities, like in the name of doing the right thing, I guess, doing the holy thing. And every time I talk about prosperity gospel, I think fundamental attribution error, because that's literally what it is. It's just a logical fallacy that they've blown way out of proportion.
What's the story where, who is it, Abraham goes to sacrifice his son and he actually goes to fucking do it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly that part of the Bible.
It's about the scapegoat. It's where the scapegoat comes from. Like Abraham goes to, I think his son's Isaac, goes to sacrifice his son because God tells him to sacrifice his son, and then just the act pleases God, and then he provides him a goat to sacrifice instead in place of his son.
Yeah, I've missed how that connects to the scapegoat. And that's your Christian love, ladies and gentlemen, because how is that justified? It's saying, prove to me how much you love me, your God, instead of your own flesh and blood. And if you really love me, you'll do it. And then he doesn't actually have to do it because God is so loving himself that in the last minute, he intervenes because it was all a test. And it's like, what a barbaric test, you might say.
And it's not a test. And it's going to end up with a bunch of confused people who are being lied to, who are desperate for something better to do horrible things. And they'll realize that they've done these horrible things, and maybe they'll consider it, but mostly they're probably just going to stuff it back to the back of their head.
And that's like the thing that pisses me off the most about evangelicalism is this their particularly extremist view on the forgiveness of God, that they can basically get away with literally anything under the sun, and as long as in their hearts they accept Jesus, I think it is, they're good to go. It's ridiculous.
That's entirely different from, like I had a Christian upbringing myself. That's entirely different from what I learned. It's like you go and you be a good person, you be a good neighbor, right?
It's basically blasphemous for us. Like I was raised the same way.
Yeah, and like, maybe if you're like good, you'll get into heaven and you won't be in purgatory or something, right?
Right. Yeah. You gotta be kind of like Jesus-like if you want to make it into heaven, but that not necessarily if you want to be an evangelical. You just have to put them up on a pedestal and worship that idol, and you're good to go. So, but I don't necessarily want to talk too much about religion, because it tends to get me in trouble a little bit sometimes with some of our audience. But we do need to talk about religion. I think even maybe now more than ever lately, what with them, you trying to weaponize it all over again. But this is like that. It's hard for me to maybe be the one to talk about it because I just feel like saying "I told you so," and that's kind of comes across as condescending.
I don't know if you were here when I was mentioning it, but there's something that Richard Wolff and anarchists will talk about, and that's the two priests. Richard Wolff, being French, he has a French name for it, which I don't know, but it's the priest with the double chin.
Okay.
Right. They go and bless the politicians, the army, the ships, all that shit, the capital, king, and then there's the other priest. He's rather emaciated, he's disheveled, maybe a little crazy, but he's in there with you, right? He's looking to break your chains,
Yeah, like
so,
the good priest and the bad priest. That's funny that because it's like the all cops are bad kind of this argument. Are all priests bad? If religion should be rejected, should we say that there's no such thing as a good priest? Because we kind of run up against our claim seems to not be in line with reality because there's plenty of good priests out there, you might say. Lots of people would beg to differ if you try and argue that they're not out there. But it's like the thing about I think the cop analogy works great, whatever. It's like, sure, you might be a good priest, but if you're part of this corrupt brotherhood, what is your goodness achieving? Is it all it seems to be doing is kind of helping the bad priests sort of get away with their organized crime, and that you think that your good nature is somehow going to beat that at the end of the day?
I have a sympathy for Christians in that there hasn't really been a liberationary like there's liberation theology, but there hasn't really been a liberatory schism, right?
Well, that's where I don't think that liberation theology actually leads to liberation, as much as people might disagree with me on that. That's probably a good thing to debate about if people want to come on and join us. But like this is where I think when you look at the way that religion really talks about God's supreme authority and everything, there is no liberation to be found there. I think that like the Abrahamic religions tend to see God as like the author of the universe. He maybe with his words or like, but I was doing a little bit of dabbling in this kind of research. Is kind of why my mind's on it today, or whatever. But the one thing that all three of these religions agree on is that they think that God is like outside of reality, not a part of physical existence. And they might disagree about a lot of stuff, but this is kind of the one thing that they're bros about, for sure. And this is what gets to be like is kind of like falsifiable or whatever, or maybe not, but it's like you can't claim that God's outside of reality like that, and then you can't actually defend it properly, but it becomes that leap of faith kind of thing.
Well, isn't the purpose of that to sort of put you in your place and say you can have a connection through God, but through us, like you, there's no way you can get to whatever God is supposed to be.
Right. That's something that.
But without having us. as your conduit.
Yeah, you need
Like,
the intermediary of priesthood.
Yeah, you can't have a direct connection to the universe yourself. You have to go through
You gotta
someone
go to
else.
church,
Hmm.
But this
deal with
was
that
more
institution.
about
And this is another reason why they built the churches to look larger than life, so you would feel like God was not obtainable to you. It was a psychological tactic for sure.
but what I was more getting at is that what they're trying to defend the perfection of God. You know, the all knowing, the all powerful. That as a claim is not truly true if God has need, if he has limitations. And so this is kind of what I was finding is one of the ultimate disagreements between Islam and Christianity is the Trinity that Christianity has is like a violation of the oneness of God as far as Islam is concerned. They're saying you're by allowing this Trinity into the discourse at all, you're suggesting that God has dependence on the Son and the Holy Spirit, whatever. And so this makes him not infallible, whatever. And so that must be heresy and whatnot. It's funny, you know. But
The he part kills
not
me
such a
because
bad thing, right? That's where they're so afraid of letting God be a little bit mortal that they make their own worldview kind of absurd, in my opinion. But the Christians try to do this ridiculous, I'm going to speak out of both sides of my mouth, whatever, with the Trinity thing. They try to say God is still all knowing, all powerful, outside of reality and everything, but this this co-relationship between the Trinity, whatever, was also always in existence or whatever and eternal and stuff like that. But it doesn't make any sense, right? One is not
he
three.
was he
Three
was
is
so
not.
so knowing and powerful that he didn't get it right the first time, and then had to come back in human form to say, okay, I fucked up. So how about I die for your sins and absolve you for all the things that I got wrong, and now go forth and prosper.
Why
It
are
doesn't
we
make any sense.
why are we punished by a God who knew the outcome of what he was doing, who
Exactly.
foresaw that we would be sitting here today and having this
They'd be
discussion?
like, this is a
Why
narcissist.
would God then punish what he created for doing what he created it to do?
For doing what he made sure
And
was
why do we
inevitable that
keep
they would.
calling him he?
Yeah,
Like, wait,
that's like one of the
how
unforgivable
does
things.
he reproduce
How are
without a
they trying to?
she?
They're trying to cut like the whole like feminine aspect out of the creation story of reality. They're saying it's just him and his son that creates the Holy Spirit, which then takes on the feminine aspect. But they're basically saying that woman is created by the love of man for his own self, which is arrogant as fuck. Narcissist is like an understatement.
So remember, I mentioned last week. Um, I forget his name. The guy who is very instrumental in writing Project 2025 and how he got his PhD in history and his focus in his master's and his PhD was African American studies, which I don't know why they say African American, but that's a whole nother story. But anyway, and so his dissertations are online because all dissertations are online. It's public record, and he his big takeaways with the family structure of indigenous Black Americans is that it was matriarchally led and community based. And so I think that's a big reason why they keep trying to tear down the Black family and keep the woman separated from the man, because like we are not, and telling black men or trying to convince them that they need to do uh, white patriarchy in blackface, because that's not our nature according to uh, history of in this country, and according, and I'm not saying across the board, because some tribes in Africa are matriarchal, some are patriarchal. That's up to them to decide. I'm speaking of here in the Americas. It was a matriarchal led family structure with a communal base, not taking anything away from the man in the home. I'm not saying that either. I'm saying the people who ran the spot were the women.
Well, this is, I think, I didn't realize maybe until like today, I kind of made a mistake in the understanding the phrase creatio ex nihilo, like creation out of nothing. I thought that they meant that like the way I was thinking about it is, if God is like the universe, whatever, if God is like a physical thing, wherever, then God comes, wherever creation came out of nothing, whatever. But then what they are saying, that the Abrahamic religions, is that um, God created everything out of nothing, but he is himself was not created out of nothing, because that would be limiting his perfection or whatever, because then he would be dependent on nothing to be emerging, right? So, but I think like this is what you're talking, tied to this matriarchy stuff you're talking about. I think the pre-monotheistic religions, the polytheistic, whatever, they maybe had this more like the void nothingness had like the feminine aspect, and it was the womb which creation was born out of. And the Abrahamic religion did a correction in mythology when they said, we have confronted this contradiction where God, being perfect, couldn't possibly have been born from nothing. Therefore, it must have been that God created everything out of nothing, even though like that it's like God is outside of everything and nothing or whatever, in some kind of special, not objective reality, but beyond objective, super objective kind of reality, wherever. And you lose me there, right?
When I read the Metanater, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I only got through book one. I have book two, but I never got a chance to read it, and it's in storage in New York City. So, but the concept was, before there was nothing and everything, but there was no consciousness of, there was nothing because the everything wasn't conscious of itself. And so when it became conscious, like that's the Big Bang, like that was like the big revelation that I am here.
Mm-hmm.
And then it started after the bang, just started trying to figure shit out and creating.
This is kind of like a heresy as far as the Abrahamic religions, because trying to figure things out kind of implies a lack of perfection or whatever, right? So
That's a good point. Yeah. Well, I said trying to figure things out, but I think it just says like, then, things started forming, like,
but
I figure you got to figure things out. If it takes you that long to form the planet, like you got to grow from a baby consciousness to a,
yeah, and I don't see anything
divine
wrong
consciousness or whatever.
But people think that divine consciousness has to have that all powerful aspect to it, whatever. But what was it? Sean was saying God equals humanity. Each human is the God and the devil in the same. It takes commitment to get to him. But this, according to the Orthodox Abrahamic religions, I think all three of them, I may be wrong, but that's a heresy to say that God is there has to be a separation between the creator and the creation, because what we're doing is conflating the two when we say that God is humanity, and that's not the old religion. Maybe centuries ago they would have said, no, you're not allowed to claim to be whatever a Christian and say that that's what God is. Whatever you disqualify yourself. Modern Christianity and stuff, we've gone through a lot of change in society. I don't know if they would still reject that as a heresy kind of thing today.
Isn't that more like humanist?
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not sure.
That's what I think is called monism. That the universe is God.
What is that?
The universe, that we are all God. That is monism. MONISM.
What?
That's not what Hegel does.
What's that?
That's not what Hegel does.
I think Hegel does that too. I think Hegel's basically a monist or whatever. He thinks everything is like this great spirit, basically. Yeah, I gotta tackle him one day.
Yeah, I mean, what was it, a Accord? Yeah, I agree with them. You know, like in that vein, if you want to find the Holy Spirit, go into the people, not the church.
I think we need to, if that's like how we what we believe is the right way, we kind of need to do our due diligence about understanding what is the flaws of our approach. It's easier to criticize our adversaries than it is to do the self-criticism.
I don't really have any religious adversaries except for extremists. That extremists in any religion that how do I phrase this? That try to force their beliefs and their will upon you. Like, be whatever religion you want. Just leave me out of it. And I'm not going to bother you. Don't bother me. I'm not going to dog you for whatever religion you're in. Don't dog me for not being in a religion. Like, it's cool.
And those were the laws in the Soviet Union.
That's the way it's supposed to be. Freedom of religion here, too. It just doesn't seem to work.
It's so crazy. Like, it's used as such a tool here for division. Like, people... So, okay, like, the Muslim faith, you know, they pray 5 times a day or what have you. And they're like, I can't believe they have a prayer room in the airport, a Muslim mosque in the airport. Why are we allowing them to take over our country? And I'm like, are you kidding me? You know there are chapels in the airport too, right? Like, can we stop being overly reactionary and ignorant?
Well, it's funny people have that reaction with the Buddhist temple.
They're just too cowardly to say that this is a Christian nation and we only want Christian things here. They did the same things with the same reaction with the Jewish people like 10 years ago.
Yeah, and it's all political because nobody cares about the Baha'is or the Buddhists. Nobody's complaining about them because there's no political leaning towards it, right? Like, oh my gosh, they are acting like Mandami is. First of all, I don't know what the hell Sharia law is, other than following the laws of the Quran, which isn't that the same? I mean, you could say Christian law or whatever you want to call it, Jesus law. It's the same shit, ain't it? It's just a different book. But anyway, they were going crazy because there were Muslims. They blocked off a street and they were all praying together in the street. Okay, so what? You ever heard of a block party? Like, there's block parties all the time in New York City. There are parades. There's all kind of stuff. Like in Astoria, they have they I don't know. I guess they're Catholic. I don't know. They go down the street carrying a coffin with a Jesus in it and Jesus statues and all kind of crazy shit.
Weird cult stuff,
Okay,
I'd say.
huh?
Weird cult stuff, Sam, sounds like to me.
I
You put
mean,
your hand on the Bible and swear to it in court.
but it's like
Yeah, I don't appreciate
they
that.
they don't say anything about that one. It's just like they gotta be xenophobic because okay, say we didn't have any Muslims here, then who would be next? Like it always has to be somebody. Leave people alone.
Yeah. No, it's just about keeping things in this status quo. There's people who, like cynically profit from hitting people against each other, and so as much as we say, why can't we all just get along? Well, we know why, and so we need to then ourselves. This is the thing about being the communists. We're always the ones. We're the critical ones. We're the ones who criticize. We're the antagonistic ones. But we're getting the dirt, whatever. Getting the dirt back to the person who's spreading the dirt instead of we're wrestling with the pig a little bit. We're willing to get muddy.
It hurts sometimes.
Yeah.
Rondo, is that a dig? Is that a dig, Rondo? You said 30% of the enslaved populations of the United States were Muslims from Africa. You know, the FBA types.
A lot of
I think that was a dig.
A lot of the anti-Muslim stuff is just recycled shit from the anti-Jewish stuff. Like there's the big noses. There's like the guy rubbing his hands, the big nose, and he's got like a the garb that they'd wear in that part of the world, right? And yeah. If it wasn't the Muslims, it would I mean, aside from the already black people, Native Americans, immigrants, if it wasn't the Muslims, it would be the Jews.
It's pretty clear. You can see the transplantation of the behavior or the discrimination, and the denial is kind of funny to see how it's like, this is this is different. This is because it makes sense as far as our critical race theory, critical religion theory. I guess this would be to see how it's not. You could say it's religiously motivated or whatever, but there's like the material aspect of it is kind of like how whether or not they're treating like stereotyping the Jews like this or Muslim like this or whatever, it's more of like this political factionalizing of these people as opposed to like the otherizing, right? Like as opposed to like recognizing that common spirit of man. It's delineating people, and then vilifying them. Like you need to delineate them to vilify them, and vilify them to delineate them, kind of thing,
Right. Exactly. Yeah, Rondo, my bad. I'm going back and forth with talking to them and jumping to the comments, but so I didn't. There's probably some stuff up there I missed. I like this comment though, Sean. I find this interesting. Says sadly the net is not conducive to real discussions through text. So I find that interesting. He says indeed, because I find that sometimes people get like upset with each other over text, And it's like, wait, hold on, but you didn't hear my tone. You don't like you're making assumptions about what I'm trying to imply because it's via text. There's no social aspect to it. There's no emotion. It's just a quick note, right? It's not even like email. Even at least in email, there was some nuances. But a
Yeah.
text, man, you can get in trouble via text.
There's no background or foreground. We're not on the same page. But I had this conversation with XDs. Even so, I can say something, right? But you hear something entirely different. Same words, but because we're not on the same page, because we learned differently, we're not gonna be able to absorb the information in the way we want to.
Yeah, that's sometimes people think because people are different, maybe we shouldn't try to find kind of common ground because we're never really going to understand each other, and that's kind of like an anti-solidarity sort of worldview.
It's an anti-materialistic. It's idealist.
Mm. Ron,
Yeah, I think that's excuse me. No, I'm just saying that many that would consider themselves FBA were from Islamic lands in Africa. 30% is the approximation. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's probably like an under discussed fact. That's something that I learned today too. It just occurred to me that are there more black Muslims or Arab Muslims? And in the world, there are indeed more black Muslims than there are Arab Muslims. It's a bit surprising, or at least that's what I didn't go do it like a confirmed thing. That's what the AI suggests without having confirmed. Like that's the caveat, or whatever. Let me back up, right? It is likely that is the truth.
Rondo says most Muslims are not Arab.
We understand so little about our world.
It's like an ocean. We only understand about 5% of it. But at least we're open to learning more. Some people peaked in high school and they're like, that's it. I got it. I'm a cruise on this shit right here. And that's why we're where we are today.
We seem to have dropped down to just Rondo and Sean. Are we wanting to see if more people will pop back in if we carry on, or do we have you guys happy to keep? I don't need to wrap up or anything. I'm just saying it has happened before. We noticed our viewers seem to have given up on us for the night or something. So
it also happens where it goes all the way down and then it picks all the way back up to 10. So that happens too.
We're having a good conversation. Do you want to keep on one, or do we have any other?
I don't want to ponder on religion too much. Well, I did want to. Yeah, Rondo, it fluctuates. I did want. Did I send this to you? I did want you to play this. This pastor, if I could pull it up. It's only a short little clip, so let me see if I can find it on YouTube. Because it's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, in my view. Okay.
Okay.
So let me see. I say pastor says Jesus wanted the ballroom, I think.
What do you think about the claim? I should verify it. That let me look at it. Trump administration quietly green lights use of cyanide bombs. The controversial predation control tactic has been banned since 2023, but now the Bureau of Land Management will be allowed to use it on a case-by-case basis. Cyanide bombs
Cyanide bombs on wildlife.
on public lands.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
that
was.
might
I
be.
would, sorry.
Oh, predation control tactic. Yeah, it's for wildlife.
Okay,
I
still
wouldn't
not.
be shocked because. Sorry.
Sorry,
I
go
wouldn't be
ahead.
shocked because Israel is using white phosphorus. So, I mean, look how many times America has used chemical weapons on its own people. So, are you shocked?
No.
Do you think it's like out of the realm of possibility?
I think it's more likely than not.
Exactly.
But this reminds me. It's
Exactly.
good you brought that up. I saw on Twitter a post about the Sahel states kicked out this company that was like doing the gene editing of mosquitoes so that they would breed only males, and they were going to go release them like in Mali or Burkina Faso or whatever. And then
They got kicked out, didn't they?
But the government kind of let them stay after they did the coup for a year or two or something. But then just recently, like at the end in September of 2025, I think that's when they went, and they had just maybe they hadn't quite realized what was going on, and then so I don't know exactly, but they had already released some of the mosquitoes out, or they had just begun the operation of doing so basically, and then the government had showed up, shut them down, and then like sprayed pesticides to kill the genetically modified mosquitoes. And so that's a good thing to me. That's a win. That's fuck imperialism with their we're going to experiment on Africa with this unknown of side effects on nature of destroying the mosquitoes genetic like reservoir like that, whatever. And
So
whatever
dumbass urban mums can be happy. There are no mosquitoes.
Yeah, but then I found this fucking science article. I wanted to fact because every time you find any kind of news something from Twitter, I'm like, I gotta double check this to make sure it's real, right? And this is the Western Science.org fucking take on it. Was after the humiliating raid halts the gene project to fight malaria, disinformation campaign may have triggered brutal shutdown of mosquito lab. So they're basically saying that the Russians got into these silly Africans' heads. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Sorry. I was just saying, they're saying the Russians got into these Africans' heads not to trust the Western medicine. And so now they're hurting themselves in the fight against malaria by being so foolish and maybe hopefully one day, because this project is doing so well and it has this, and they're just, it's like, oh, this article made me want to stop. I just wanted to kind
of. The kid has a point.
Sorry. Y'all go ahead because I wanted to talk about the ticks after you finish that. And then we can get back to the crazy ballroom.
No, we can get to the ticks. Basically, I was pretty much finished with that. I was just saying the thing I found on Twitter likes to play with old news, I guess, when they need clicks, because I thought it was a recent story, like from May 19th or whatever. That's what the Twitter post made it sound like. But then I found the articles from September 2025. So that's maybe the last note on that story is some of this, there's some truth to it, but don't believe it outright what you see on Twitter, right?
Right.
Like they'd rather devastate an ecosystem than just set up a just set up a local plant to produce malaria pills.
Right. Or a vaccine that actually works. Right.
Yeah.
Well, they're releasing a vaccine, a Lyme disease vaccine in 2026.
To fix the problem they created, that Lyme disease. Here we go with the conspiracy theories, but isn't that one of the ones that the U.S. military unleashed on their own public? That's a man.
Okay, so
Is that false? Am I wrong on that?
well, I'm looking for it because I'm trying to see. You know how Snopes, you gotta. There have been claims that some farmers found like boxes with full of ticks, but I don't know if that's true or not. But the CDC sure did just release a Lyme vaccine. So let me see. Oh, Snopes said they found no evidence backing the rumor of bait boxes. They call them bait boxes. So I don't know.
I can't trust like Snopes. I don't think is reliable.
Yeah,
as far as
Snopes isn't that reliable either.
No, and none of them are. Like this is like how do you trust the people that are the fact checkers? Short answer is you can't really. You kind of gotta do it yourself.
Whew, this baby is heavy. All right, so let me play this.
As far as it gets to be like a probability, I think it's
Rondo said he heard about it too.
The way that they were dropping, forget what it was that they dropped on the Korean War.
What they did was with the Japanese. They worked with the Japanese unit on this that did the like they based this off of what the Japanese were doing in Manchuria first, and that's smallpox, I believe it was. They found that chicken down feathers. So the down feathers are the very fluffy feathers. Chicken down feathers are wonderful vectors to carry the smallpox disease. So what they would do is they would distribute leaflets to clear the area. They would clear, the populace would clear the area, and then these guys would come in this crazy gear that they won't get infected with, carrying these boxes just filled with feathers, and they'd spread them all over the community, and then they'd leave. The community would come back. They'd get sick. They'd spread the sickness, and
well, that was the U.S. with the Native Americans in the U.S.
No, that was Korea.
Oh, okay. So because I was talking about, I thought they were at experiments with like a plague virus with some kind of like mosquitoes or something, or flies that they tried to then release.
You're talking about smallpox.
I might be getting my.
You're talking about smallpox.
I might be getting my bioweapons mixed up. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about smallpox. They gave them blankets with smallpox on them, and then they had injected black men with syphilis, and just sent them out in the community to study them and see what happened.
So why wouldn't they modify the tick if they do all this, right?
And that was decades ago. So they're only getting even more and more diabolical. So yeah, I believe it. I mean, I can't prove it, but the probability is high.
That's what brings us also now to hantavirus, the hantavirus scare, wherever. I did the show last Thursday about this topic, and I fully
very good points.
I fully believe there is more, like, high degree of possibility that is not whatever zoological thing. It just as likely, if not more likely, that it was released by the military. Right? And now I'm hearing
And did you see
on the news they're talking about a new Ebola thing that does have no vaccine, no cure, whatever, just like the hantavirus scare. Sorry.
That's some that's I forget what country in Africa they said it's breaking out in.
Congo.
Do you remember Congo? Yeah, that's right, Congo.
I remember when they came out with the Ebola, that got me panicked, and then when COVID started happening, I had to religiously wash my hands all the time, and I was in a state of panic. I was in a state of psychosis from this need to deter the foreign virus. That's how I interpreted it.
People are still in that. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, because it's like and I was a little bit like that, maybe not as I was a little bit on the fence, but to be cautious, even if I'm skeptical or whatever, I still gotta make sure I'm washing my hands more than I normally do, just because of the COVID thing. I gotta be wearing a mask, even though I don't really agree with it. I don't feel like it actually works. Whatever, I'm gonna kind of do the reasonable doubt kind of thing, and then over time, I sort of realized like this is like a bad state of mind to be in, or whatever, especially if there's not enough evidence for me to feel justified that this response is required.
And you talked about something like families cutting off their family members because they won't get a vaccine, right? Or because they got one of the vaccines, right? Or maybe a couple of them, and then they kind of said, what the fuck? So then the other, so then the family members, they cut them off. But here's the thing. The vaccine wasn't supposed to protect against transmission. And the doctors are pretty damn clear about that. But still, they cut you off.
So, Dan, we were talking about Richard Wolff, his daughter. So, his son-in-law, her husband, produces his show. I don't know if you knew that, but his son-in-law produces the show. So, I had a show in New York City as well. So, we were going to film a book reading at a LGBT elderly community center, and they were so upset with me that I hadn't gotten the shot yet.
You're gonna kill those grandmas, right?
Huh?
You're gonna kill the old grandmas.
Yeah, but I came to the book reading with a paper. I went and got tested, and it came back negative. They didn't care. I had to get jabbed, and I said, I'm at less risk for giving them something than you, because you could still get COVID with the jab. Did you go get tested before you brought your ass out here? No. They didn't care. I had to go get the jab, or else I am the most horrible person in the world, and they cannot be friends with me anymore. Okay, well, fuck you too.
It's the consequence of all that vaccine propaganda over the decades.
Because my grandfather had cancer before and during COVID until he died, we couldn't see him. Just us, though. And that was hard. That was a hard fucking, still kind of processing that your family shuts you out.
They're traumatizing you because they're not allowing you to have that necessary grieving process naturally.
It sounds like a compliance experiment.
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like to me. because they wouldn't allow family members, like it was just so crazy because Cuomo knew, all these governors, all these people knew before all of us, and they made no concessions in these nursing homes. They didn't care about them. They old anyway, right? And all those people in those nursing homes died, and he got immunity for that. And they had the nerve to run for mayor.
This is where I think they intentionally. I think that there was a kind of a genocide that needs to, or a charge there that should be properly laid. Because with their premeditated knowledge of if they truly knew, if the crisis was what they said it was, and they had the advanced knowledge that they had, and they chose not to prepare the way they did, then there's the argument to be made that there was a premeditated choice to murder people by not really, like, by intentionally mishandling a crisis and having people fall through the cracks at the very least, right?
Yeah. Considering the fact that Bill Gates and all those bigwigs ran an experiment, like a, what they call it, a mock virus crisis. What was it, a year or two before then? They should have accounted for all of these things. They should have had where was the booklet to give all the governors? This is what we learned from our CDC mock virus outbreak experiment. If you let us know what your best practices are based on this booklet we provide you, and we all need to get together and discuss it and improve on it.
So when I was younger, I was in the whole like zombies can be real thing, right? So that got me looking into the CDC stuff. What would happen in the case of an outbreak? They did none of that. They didn't do anything. That, like, if you go back, like before 2019, the CDC did, like someone from the CDC did like a thing like, well, what would we do if there were to be like a massive epidemic, right? What would we do? They didn't do any of that. They fucking lied.
So they did the whole, we got to have these pandemic preparedness operations. They'll draw up all the plans for all the different disaster scenarios, whatever, and then when they happen, we'll already know what to do, and we won't be caught flat-foot, right, guys? And that's why you got to give us all the money so we can do all of that, right? And then, but what happens then? Like, that's a good point you're making, right? When the crisis actually happened, did they implement the plan that they had planned on? I don't think so. But people like to be grifted and then not necessarily even notice the grift that was done to them, and so they're still vulnerable for it to happen all over again, which is my main warning about, like, going forward, that we haven't learned the lessons about what happened to us with this COVID pandemic properly, which means we are still open for that psyop to be run on us again. Not that the entire virus stuff is fake or whatever, but psyop often takes advantage of real life events, kind of thing.
Like, another side of it is parents don't want to vaccinate their kids for polio now and whooping cough, and like, yeah,
that's
there's the experiment. Like COVID was an experimental. It was being tested on the public, right? That's where I draw my line. Like, don't fucking experiment on it.
Yeah, they rushed through all the safety trials so that they could. That's what they are frustrated with they can only learn so much in a lab setting, and what they really want to know is what happens when like they put their experiment in the real world. Then they get much more robust data or whatever. So then they just that pesky ethics problem though that prevents us from, and so they're just finding ways around it.
And then another thing is like some doctors like will argue like if you would just wait 1 or 2 more years before you get this MSRA vaccine, the levels of autism will drop. Just one or 2 more years. And also, you can't look at it in a vacuum. You got to take race into account because everybody's genetic makeup is not the same. Just like with the pyramid, the food pyramid, you cannot just make that a one size fits all. This is a melting pot community, and we all don't react the same. So when you just like base it off of the top amongst us, then the people at the bottom are going to suffer the most. It's just too generic. And I understand parents like especially if the child is at home and not in daycare or something. What is the danger in waiting a little while longer, letting them build up their own immune system a little bit? Because they're at home, they're not like around kids all day.
They're not gonna build up their immune system if they're at home. They're just gonna be.
I mean, their parents and their families around them. I'm talking about like running around all these kids, and you're getting the shots for the other kids. Not so much. I'm not talking about all the shots now. I'm talking about some of these shots. Like, there's a vaccine schedule that you can look
70 shots
and do your own research about which vaccines they should absolutely definitely get on the schedule time, and some that you can hold off a little bit.
It's a little bit nuanced. This is a conversation for some people.
My sister didn't vaccinate her kids
At all?
No.
Oh wow. And
she just said she just kind of made light jokes about well, because autism runs in the family. Well, they're artistic enough.
Are they homeschooled or something?
No.
How are they in school without vaccination?
Because of the anti-vax stuff from COVID. Like before, if you'd asked her before COVID, she got her daughter vaccinated. That was before COVID. But if you'd asked her before then, she would say like, "Yeah, that needs to be done." If you asked her afterwards, she said, the trust is entirely broken.
It is, but like, would it be broken?
The trust in like the stuff we need.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I understand the trust is broken, right? But should the trust be broken for vaccines that have been around for decades and tried and true, like whooping cough and polio?
In a sense, whatever, maybe we may not enough people know about the history of how these vaccines, how they were made safe to use for the public, whatever. In the early days of vaccines, the safety regulations were basically kind of non-existent, and then even the early safety regulation regimes were very inadequate. And so, as far as the ethical problem about, okay, maybe some of these vaccines do work, but at what cost? Because they they kind of experimented on people in ways that are not considered ethically admissible today, in order to get to those vaccines. And then a lot of them were proven to not work, and they tried to use them anyway. The whole history of vaccines from then to today is far too similar, right? They're still trying to like do the whole capitalist or whatever, selling you a product that doesn't work at all, and then manufacture data that makes it look like it does, and do high crimes like that, and then gaslight the public about you guys are the bad ones for not believing in science anymore. But what do you expect people to? Of course, they're gonna resent whatever the doctors and reject the science or whatever. And that's what like the right wing is all about too. Whatever the whole rejection of the Enlightenment, that science and reason is like the product of.
Oh, the left was on that shit too.
So and then they return to religion and the rejection of science and the rejection of vaccines and everything. It's all very related.
But the left was on that too. The left was like trying to force it on you without actually having all the science. Like
I didn't
there's
understand
a problem when Pfizer requested to keep their record sealed, their research record sealed for 75 years. Wait a minute.
How can you be okay with some of this stuff? I don't understand how like the left still thought that they were the left at all when they supported like the lockdowns and the mandates and stuff. Like that's some right wing authoritarian shit. You know? It was
some capitalist bullshit too, because
exactly
let the major corporations shut down, and it funnel like those people who work there. Give them temporary positions at these small mom and pops, government funded, where they like make sure people go in one at a time, clock how many people are in there, stuff like that. Like they could have done that way better to save small businesses, but they ruin small business owners' lives. And the big corporations are still just chilling, hanging out, still getting their tax cuts. It was horrible.
You're talking about COVID.
Yes.
Yeah, they just destroyed a lot of businesses. It's funny how people miss that. That's capitalists targeting smaller capitalists to eat their own.
Yeah, it's a merger. I got someone knocking on my door. They're trying to open the door. I don't think they know where they are.
Oh, okay. I was like, no worries. We might have to deal with that if they persist.
Well, put up the food real quick. Or let me put it over here so I can.
It's a little hard to hear you because baby's having fun time.
Oh yeah. He went to bed he went to sleep for like 10 minutes. He sings a lot. Nobody knows what he's singing.
Yeah. He's
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Good to have you with this, bud. I forget his
happy
name.
Baby.
What's his name again?
Karan.
Karan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Or K3. He's a third. K3.
Sounds like he's named after the Quran, right?
Oh no. It's spelled entirely different. Oh, Jacqueline's saying goodnight. She was glad from sleep.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming back and checking on us.
Well, I think it was
girly girl.
Her bladder was not so nice to her, but she's just making the best of things with her night. Isn't that the worst?
I just
woken up by pee.
I was just it's like lime pills. Don't throw those away. Boil them with cinnamon. What do they call those stars? I need it's like an Asian thing. Anise stars?
Star anise.
Star anise. Thank you. And I think that was it. And it's supposed to like strengthen your bladder.
Oh, okay. But that stuff's like extremely potent tasting. If you don't like the taste of that, it's
Starving East. I don't know
what I remember. It's like cinnamon has a really strong flavor. I think I have to look at I've never
Well, the
really.
thing is, if you get
Good
your
quality.
portions, like if you get your if you get your portions right, you could just put it in the refrigerator and like heat it up for tea. You know what I mean?
These are
I've been trying to like learn how to not throw away scraps and reuse the different things.
yeah. I'm saying I might want to file away that kind of information about if I got drinking problems. I'm gonna end up with bladder problems. So I kind of gotta get that good advice.
Mm-hmm.
That's so.
He doesn't talk. He just, I don't know what he does. What do they call that? Babble?
He's babbling.
Babble? Yeah, babble. I think I said blabble. You'll get there.
I had something to say like half an hour ago, and I've been trying to remember what it was.
Oh, maybe it'll still come.
Can I show y'all this?
Yeah. Whatever.
Let's go back to this craziness, okay?
I've been waiting for this.
Okay.
It was 30 years after we won our independence. The British challenged us again in the War of 1812, burning parts of that city named after George Washington. You may be familiar with that city. They burned parts of the city, including the White House, which at that time, if you can believe it, did not yet have a ballroom. Yes, it's hard to believe that it would take 2 centuries for the Lord to raise up a great man to bring that ballroom finally to stand where it needs to stand. It's extraordinary. We only had to wait 200 years. It was 30 years after we won our independence.
Is that weird? Is that weird to y'all? Or what?
I don't understand what they mean by waiting. We only have to wait 200 years. What happened 200 years ago? I kind of missed it. I was getting this phone.
From the burning down of the White House to today.
So there used to be a ballroom when the Canadians allegedly came and burned it down. Actually, what I learned, we weren't actually the ones who burned it down.
That's what I learned.
It wouldn't have happened without us doing whatever, almost taking it.
But didn't they already have a small ballroom? Small. I don't know. I don't care.
I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's kind of a little artifact of history that they're blowing out of proportion, even if it's true.
Way out of proportion.
But I was just thinking something different. It's good to clarify the context because you're talking about Jesus said there was going to be a ballroom or something. I was like, there was no ballrooms back in Jesus' day. Those are from
what did he say? It took 200 years for Jesus to. What did he say? I don't even know. It's so stupid.
to fulfill the prophecy or something. That doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't. It almost felt like they were trying to be like. They made it sound like he was building Solomon's third temple or some shit. Like, what are you talking about?
I don't know. Actually, we could talk about something there because I have been learning some stuff about Carl Schmitt. He has this, what's it called? I gotta remember what it's called. The eschaton? Because it's this fascist thing. It kind of, it's like a piece of the puzzle. The eschaton from New Testament, day at the end of time following Armageddon, when God will decree the fates of all individual humans according to the good and evil of their lives. Carl Schmitt, this Nazi, like legal jurist guy or whatever, philosopher basically, he had this, he incorporated this eschaton into like the Nazi he was suggesting that they should use this idea for part of their geopolitics kind of thing, and I think that they're kind of implementing this now. If we don't know the history, we don't really see that as what's happening. So, let me. Do you know all what I'm talking about, Dan?
No.
Okay, let me look up the source. This is where I'm.
Like ESCHATON.
Oh, catechon, not eschaton. Catechon. That's right. I had the word wrong. Catechonism. I don't know if it's chon or con. So let me call up this little source here. I'm not even sure if this is a good source on it. We'll find out. But
Catechon.
catechon. So the concept of the catechon first appears in biblical literature with two hapax legomena occurring in the second Deutero Pauline epistle. Okay, whatever. And now you know what is now restraining him, so that he may be revealed when his time comes, for the mystery of lawlessness is already at work, but only until the one who now restrains it is removed. So this this idea of a restrainer is politically useful. So in the context of apocalyptic literature, the function of the catechon is to constrain the eschatological enthusiasm of the Christian Thessalonian church, who are eagerly awaiting the return of Christ. The restraint that the catechon informs is directly related to the forces of evil, the evil one who brings about disorder and lawlessness. And so I see a kind of echo in the Gog and Magog thing, as far as picking on a war with Iran and stuff. God's historical agent, the catechon, not only tempers the eschatological enthusiasm for the parousia of Christ, but also by doing so attempts to restore order in the midst of crisis and chaos. The image of the catechon is clearly situated within the context of the metaphysical conflict between the forces of good and evil. The period of the eschaton, wherein we wait for the heavenly kingdom to be instituted in our temporal reality, is marked by evil forces. God, however, appoints the catechon to bring about the necessary stability in these last days. The deeply ambiguous figure of the catechon can thus be viewed both positively and negatively, restraining the forces of evil, but also holding back the return of Christ. And then the symbolization of the catechon in Schmidt's thought is used not only to legitimize his concept of sovereignty, but also becomes the basic structural principle around which the totality of history is to be conceived.
Okay, Hegel. Sorry.
See, I never thought about how fascists would use Hegel, you know.
Oh, I mean, like the this is the end of history. That's something that people have been saying since Hegel.
Okay, so like Fukuyama is kind of an iteration of this idea that comes from Hegel. That's interesting. Thank you for that. Oh, Sean's going to bed now. Or, yeah. Kid is ready for bed, which means I have to go to bed now to be up at 3 a.m. Okay, have a good night, Sean. Thanks for being with us. This is kind of getting into some like deeper political philosophy or something. Like this is maybe like a niche topic that not everyone would be interested in, but I feel like this is a pretty important thing to understand. What's the strategy behind all this evangelist kind of brainwashing of people, you know?
Why don't you send me that link and I'll look into it.
Sure. This is just what I found with a quick Google search or whatever, but
Okay.
I had been looking into this a little bit the other day. I can maybe look for some other references and share them in the Discord with you, but I'll put the link here in the private chat there. We'll wait for Abby to get back, and then we'll see what she wants to do as far as carrying on. I can just keep reading from this for now if you want to kind of to learn a bit about this or talk about this, or do you want to find something else to talk about?
I'm just trying to think about how this is applied to the evangelical
So the thing about Israel in the Zionist eyes is to us they're this force of evil, but to them they're this bastion of good that is there to hold back the evil forces. So, and there's more Christian Zionists than Jewish Zionists. But when I was looking into this, there is like a figure in Jewish mythology, I forget what his name is, that kind of serves as the parallel for this. And I think if you go looking in the way that the Hindutva fascists are like weaponizing Hinduism, you might be able to find a parallel into this being used as a way. I think the way that, because I'll have to find the other thing. I got to do more research on Carl Schmitt, even though I don't really want to read about Nazis. But now that I've started to learn about this, I got to kind of make my understanding more complete, or else I'm just kind of running away from stuff that are disturbing. But I found this concept of the Grossraum that Alexander Dugin is like repackaging for a Russian audience, and so this kind of that's where I'm kind of building that theory about this. Carl Schmitt's idea of the catacon is not like this. Grossraum is not the only idea that Dugin is appropriating from Schmitt. He's getting this idea, the Grossraum, he's getting that catacon idea, and he's getting this that thalassocracy, whatever, versus tellurocracy, the sea powers versus land powers. That comes from Schmitt too. So, and I think it kind of, as far as like Trump's difference from like the new Republican, whatever they've done to the Republican Party, they seem to be kind of, there may be, like a lot of people think like it's what went wrong, like what the fascists seem to be thinking is that Hitler, like the Nazis went wrong when they let Hitler get into power, and it would have been better if maybe a more competent Nazi like Schmitt or whatever had been listened to, sort of thing. So it seems like maybe they're giving history the chance, like Schmitt's ideas, to play out in history to see if they would have worked better, kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Let me just like show you this, whatever. It's just like an abstract because I don't have the access. This is what's frustrating. I never want to pay for stuff to read the full paper, so I can just glean a little bit from the abstract. But the first part of this paper examines the origins of the Grossraum concept in interwar Germany and the essential contrast or contradiction built into this vision of a continental superstate. The second part considers how these contrasts were reflected when the Grossraum concept was resurrected in the late 1990s and early 2000s in the work of Dugin. So we can't necessarily say that Grossraum comes solely explicitly from Schmitt, because it says here, let me find it. So I guess here, the origins of the term Grossraum, which was formulated by conservative and radical conservative circles in Germany during the 1920s and 30s, would ultimately become one of the most popular and effective keywords of the Nazi regime. Although the term was understood in different ways and with different emphases, it was always characterized by an inherent contrast, arguably a contradiction, between two different qualities. Internally, a Grossraum was conceived as an imperial or neo-imperial entity, a continental superstate in which multiple countries and peoples were combined into a single political entity under the hegemony of a single leading nation. In this sense, the Grossraum model was useful above all for the purposes of imagining options for the creation and organization of a united European political space under German control. EU, anyone? At the same time, however, Grossraum was presented as a universal model for how continental spaces across the globe could be consolidated. Effectively, the idea was that global politics could be reconstructed as a community of these superstates, multipolarity. On this planetary scale, neo-imperial principles of internal hegemonic domination were subsumed under the expectation that such a community of equals could exist in harmony and peaceful coexistence, which ironically is fucking, is that not Kautsky's idea of, I forget what it's called, that
Super imperialism.
yeah, super imperialism would lead to this peaceful coexistence, and that the rejection of that is what makes Marxist Leninists like very proud of their heritage and whatnot. And then for
I
them
think,
to be supporting the multipolarity or whatever, I feel they've been hoodwinked and they don't quite notice yet.
I think John Mearsheimer also talks about it with like his theory on everyone staying in their own region, basically, everyone imperializing their own territory. But that's off topic from what this is.
Yeah, I forget what his theory is called. It's something like realist conservatism kind of thing. But I don't agree with Mearsheimer. This is where I find some of the Marxists are starting to be not very, like, they're listening to experts that are non-Marxists, and they're kind of affirming like a more of a neocon understanding of geopolitics. The way that it works is like this anarchy on the international stage between nation states, and that is not Marxist, I think.
We don't have investigatory committees to be able to inform us on these things. We need to form those, but yeah.
That's where I think there's a lot of important theoretical, like intellectual work to be done here to help us not make the mistakes that are like plaguing us in the past. But unfortunately, there's this what have you done? You need to be getting out there and being more on the ground, practical, bootstrap yourself or whatever into a movement, you know? So then let me just maybe this is a short thing. I'll just finish reading it. The second paragraph is important too. It says the second part of this paper considers how in the 1990s the collapse of the Cold War order brought the Grossraum concept in its original sense back into political discourse. Its re-emergence was associated with a broad renaissance of interest in the work of Carl Schmitt, a radical conservative legal philosopher, prominent supporter of the Nazi regime, and an important, if by no means the most significant or influential, theoretician of Grossraum. One of the most enthusiastic of Schmidt's newfound acolytes was the Russian radical conservative nationalist Alexander Dugin. Dugin deployed the concepts of classical geopolitics as the basis of his neo-fascist critique of post-Soviet Russia, and was fascinated above all by Schmidt's concept of Grossraum. The original model of a dynamic and powerful continental state assuming control of the weaker states that surrounded spoke precisely to the concerns of Dugin and other Russian nationalist revanchists in the 1990s who aspired for Russia to reestablish its authority and leadership over the former Soviet republics that had broken away to form independent states. But Dugin was also attracted by the potential of Grossraum as a generic model for global politics. Indeed, he paid much more attention to this dimension than Schmitt himself. In a series of articles and books, he developed a so-called Teoria Mnogopolar Nogomira, theory of a multipolar world, which calls for a world divided harmoniously into continental macro entities that, like Eurasia itself, are Schmittian Grossraum. So I don't know if this is like Trotskyist, whatever. We should reject it and fear it, but I think there's a lot of important stuff there.
What I'm thinking about is there's this movement. Maybe it's let me see what year it was.
Not sure who the two people left with us are, but thanks for still being with us here. I'm normally a little bit more concerned about having too much dead air or whatever, nobody talking for a while, but it's not exactly like we have a whole bunch of people that are watching right now, so feel free.
Yeah,
Go to sleep if it's late for you guys. No worries.
I'm here. I've been listening. I know I said be right back, but I was just like putting up the food, listening to you guys.
So what I was looking into was the United States of Europe movements. Wondering if there's any relevance to Schmidt's theory, but reading in on that, it sounds like Churchill wanted the same thing, but just instead of Germany, it's Britain.
Well, for me, this actually makes me. I never realized there would be a reason to be suspicious of the African Union idea for Africa and Pan-Africanism, basically. But I see now a potential danger of this. If Pan-Africanism adopts this multipolarity mindset, then they may be inadvertently taking their anti-imperialist movement and turning it into a kind of a fascist, ideological kind of whatever, wolf in sheep's clothing kind of thing. I hope I'm wrong almost, but because there's a whole lot of implications for what's happening in the unfolding in the Sahel right now with I think maybe, is it fair to characterize that as a red-brown alliance? Because what I just read about Dugan and the way that they're kind of seems to be some kind of credibility to this claim that Dugan is, what do they call him, like Putin's brain or something, but that's a little extreme, obviously exaggeration, but his ideas are apparently been taken up and implemented by the Russian state. Like this Eurasianist concept is this anti-Bolshevik kind of thing, and so then I think it becomes fair to categorize Russia as fascist right now, and people say that's like Western propaganda, that's Ukrainian propaganda, right? But that turns the Russia to Ukraine war into a fascist on fascist, whatever, war crimes. It's a little bit problematic.
Wait, so why are you calling Russia fascist?
Because of the Eurasianist trajectory, like they've adopted this as their geopolitical strategy, like the multipolarity stuff that both China and Russia are talking about. Their foreign secretary, like Lavrov, or like all of their diplomats and whatnot, they're actively pushing this stuff. And if you don't look into the historical materialism and see this connection with Carl Schmitt, Nazi fucking jurist. Like
another thing too is when the American Empire finally collapses, who's gonna who are the big powers that are going to come in? Russia very well might, grab the assets that the Americans left. I'm not savvy to make comments on China.
Yeah, I don't understand why China would be. Maybe it's like a rock and a hard place thing. Because I don't think that this is a good thing to be. Like it's tragic to me that the Sino-Soviet split happened, and what we have now, this bond of friendship between Russia and China, this solidarity had been with the Soviet Union and China, we would be in a much better place. But now it's turned into what can be categorized as a red-brown alliance. If what I just said about Russia, it'd be being fair to call them fascist, and then if it is still fair to call China communist, then by definition that's a red-brown alliance. And then the argument shifts to, well, maybe all this fear of the red-brown alliance has been a mistake kind of thing, because that seems to be like the strategy now is the left is so weak and useless or whatever. We've been this whole purity fetish thing. What we need to do is learn how to become comfortable with this. Maybe we won't call it a red-brown alliance. What we'll call it is like reaching out, or whatever, not being tribal or whatever, being willing to talk to people on that are right-wing and stuff. Slippery slope kind of stuff.
You remember that video I sent you, the World Socialist Republic, where they plant the flag and the fascist bandits are then turned into proletarian fighters?
Yeah, that was the old propaganda video.
Yeah. Kind of like that. Now I want to talk about the mass line. But I want to. What I actually want to talk about is state capitalism. What's your interpretation?
Well, I've
just been.
Oh, go ahead.
I've just been doing a little research on it. I kind of want to talk about what y'all were talking about before, but we'll move on. Okay.
What's that?
Oh wait, hold on. You have the remote control, Mom? Yeah. Well, I don't know enough. Oh, I have it. I don't know enough about Carl Schmitt, but I wanted to comment a little bit about the other stuff. But
yeah, sure.
It'll come up again. So state capitalism, that isn't that so that's like the going back to state rights, and having like the states kind of control their own, like almost like having little sovereign countries.
No, that's that's what do you, I think what you mean by state capitalism is like
let me see.
It's a criticism that a lot of people level at the Soviet Union wasn't really communist. It was just state capitalism. And the same thing with what China's doing today. They're not real. It's not real socialism. It's just state capitalism.
This is what I want to
hold on. Let's define it first. Hold on, because I was trying to remember what. So can I read what the definition says real quick? Mm-hmm. Because I was trying to remember what I read before. So this says, and then we could decide if we agree on this. State capitalism is an economic system. Get out of the way. Economic system where the government functions like a massive corporation, directly undertaking commercial activity and controlling the means of production while preserving capitalist elements like wage labor and market-based pricing. Okay, now I'm getting
of it,
yeah. Unlike free market, Well, unlike free market capitalism, where private individuals own resources, state capitalism positions the government as the principal owner, manager, or ultimate director of major profit-seeking enterprises to achieve strategic political goals. Okay, like state-owned enterprises. So where did I read about this then? Because I've completely forgotten. So this sounds like this sounds like capitalist communism.
That's what I'm saying. It's the critique of the Soviet Union, but it's the anti-communist kind of critique. So what I was gonna say, or you want to go ahead, Dan?
I think that's a one-dimensional view of what state capitalism is. We see state capitalism in both socialist and capitalist applications, right? The highest stage of development is state capitalism. So what I kind of want to talk about is should we be concerned going forwards of the state itself taking the role of the capitalist and the capitalists themselves not owning the enterprise but still benefiting off of much like in capitalism, just applied to the state. The enterprises apply to the state, where the entirety of the nation works, where the cream is skimmed off the top by the
Instead of the capitalists, basically.
Yeah, the capitalists, but like
Can you edify me for one moment? I just want to make sure I'm on the same page with you. For that question, I think of it thoughtfully, right? Because it sounded like to you, state capitalism is like a form of socialism. Is that what I heard? Or it's like a varying form of socialism? Is that what I heard?
No.
From you? No. Okay.
It can be utilized. Socialization of production. Okay, so that's something. And if you read Marx's texts, you'll find Marx explaining that the enterprise, the corporation, has socialized production. So that means like in the feudal times, production wasn't socialized. It was very disparate. A lot of it was very connected. It's very rare that you'd have like big, like global connections for products. In capitalism, that is done away with, and production becomes socialized on a becomes socialized. But the
industrialization of society kind of like led to the urbanization of society, and like the fact that people were drawn into the city, to the factories and for labor, made it socialized society in a way that hadn't been before. Whatever, people were brought together, even though it was through the oppressive kind of system.
Okay, so see, I gotta catch the words, because like you're saying, socialized, not socialism. So I'm trying. I gotta catch y'all. I gotta catch you now.
In the process of revolution, though, we explain the distribution of the means of production as a socialization. So,
That's where it's complicated stuff, right? But, before maybe it's relevant that to understand like the socialist aspect of state capitalism, it helps to understand. I was watching a Socialism for All video. I'm not sure what you think about that. I'm not sure what kind of a socialist he is at the end of the day or whatever, but I appreciated what he was saying in the video about Lenin with the NED, the National Economic Development Plan, and he explicitly this is where the criticism of it all comes from, is that he explicitly acknowledges this need for what he calls state capitalism, whatever, but it's meant to be a temporary thing because of the struggle against all the people, I forget all the countries or whatever, but after they successfully did the 1917 revolution, the capitalist powers tried to wage war against them to destroy the revolution, and so they were forced to fall back into state capitalism as a temporary, explicitly whatever acknowledged goal, and it did work in a way, but it wasn't perfect,
Yeah, nothing is perfect.
But then it kind of stuck where it's like they used it and then they got back out of it, but then the confusion became that they adopted state capitalism during the NED, and then the rest of the Soviet Union was just state capitalism, and that's the obfuscation of history, or whatever. So did that help, Abby, or whatever?
Yeah, it's still a little confusing. I gotta do a little more reading.
But then there's questions like, is China a state capitalist today? I think it's fair to say that yes, they are, and they have a different kind of take on it, maybe.
Do you want the proletariat?
So this is
do you want the proletariat to be in control of the state capitalism, or do you want the capitalists to benefit and control the state every day, every single day?
Proletarian, right? Okay,
right. But this is where I don't know if you could argue that the Chinese proletariat is in fact the one in charge of the state.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, because because we've talked about this, Michael, about the stages to get to communism, and from what you guys are saying, what I'm hearing, one of those stages is a proletarian state capitalism.
Seems to
which
be
is
in theory so far. It's potentially that's wrong.
Now that was for the historical, very specific conditions for Russia, and in the case under Deng Xiaoping, the opening up. Those are very specific conditions to the material basis of what they're dealing with. We're dealing with we're in an entirely different era. We have different we're at a different stage of development. So I don't know if we're going to need it.
I think there's problems with the stages argument. I haven't changed my stance since last time we talked about it. Where I think that there are examples in history where it did seem to be necessary to go through those particular stages, but I don't think that you can apply those examples as the universal for every other particular that because they had to go through those stages, that every other society also has to do it that way.
So are both of you saying that I don't know if you want to say the Americas specifically, or United States of America, or North America?
For North America specifically, we're already deeply in the stage of capitalism, so it doesn't make any sense to argue that we have the opportunity to skip that stage.
No, I'm saying, are you saying that because my understanding is capitalism is sort of the first stage, because you have to build the infrastructure, you have to build things, you have to put things in place in order to move into the various stages before you can get into
I'm sorry.
The utopia of communism.
I'm sorry.
I think. Go ahead, Dan.
I'm sorry to be trivial, but the first stage was when we picked up a rock and cracked open a nut.
You're saying the first stage was a communal stage, and then I see what you're saying.
The primitive subsistence is like the first stage, right? Like a
Yeah.
primitive accumulation or whatever.
Primitive accumulation is
Yeah, that's a different thing later
yeah.
on.
Yeah, I'm talking about where like there's like very serious systems built. I'm not talking about like communal tribes.
So there's no like
I
stages.
wish we could have left it that way for all
there's
time.
there's no like hard set like there are hard set rules like don't be a fascist.
Number one rule: just don't be fascist.
But the dialectical interplay stuff means that we can't necessarily treat things like there's a single method for accomplishing stuff, whatever. Like
it's it's idealist to say that what worked in the Soviet Union will work in.
You just transplant everything that they did and just copy them, and it'll work.
It's not engaging with dialectical materialism.
With the reality of the motion of history, kind of.
Yeah.
Stuff. Oh, hey, what's up? Look at that.
I asked him to pull up.
Oh, nice.
Here we go.
Oh. Did we just? I tried to click.
I think we just lost him
at the same time. I don't know if we just accidentally kicked him off or he just did. If he fell back out or whatever, who knows? Hopefully, he'll be right back.
Is that Michael?
Hopefully. No.
Was that?
I did want.
Yours?
No, I did want Michael Caine to come back though. When we actually accidentally they left. Oh,
I thought he was going to. I guess he didn't want to.
I guess they thought we knocked him out. Our bad.
But one thing you're saying before we move on, I think what you're doing is presupposing.
Oh, there they are. Let me click it. Okay.
I think it's a presupposition that capitalism is required for infrastructure to be built. What's up, man?
I hit the X on the wrong tab.
Oh.
Yeah, I hit the wrong X up at the tab thing.
Oh, okay. Hi there.
How have you guys all been, man?
Good. You?
Good.
I'm loving the hat.
It's been man. It's been man. I'll put it that way.
Been a bit of a shit show lately.
Life's been a bit nuts. Things got good. My girlfriend and I broke up, then we got back together. We got broke up again, and we got back together. And then we broke up again, and we got back together, and then everything was cool for like a month, and then we just broke up last night.
Oh goddamn!
Aww.
And I'm not going to complain about it, but I would love to complain about it because I'm not happy about it. So I'm just going to leave it there.
No worries.
I don't want to whine.
Well, sometimes counseling is good because sometimes you can't do it on your own,
It's horrible when it's mutual.
It's like if you wanted more of a I'd be happy to do some kind of counseling stuff if it's just to kind of you come on and drink it.
Sometimes it takes other people to listen to you and them.
But I don't like
outside looking in.
I don't like putting it on other people. I can break down into one simple analogy.
People spend their whole education learning how to let people put things on them so they can help them.
Yeah,
it's the same as a teacher, a doctor. Like they dedicate themselves to helping people.
But it's a noble instinct that he has to not. I have the same kind of inclination. I don't want to burden people with.
I can't ask anyone for help.
Right.
If I do, I feel like I'm begging.
But you can feel kind of safe with us in that that's what we're trying to be putting our philosophy into practice or whatever, in that we make ourselves available for you to be able to share with us as opposed to being a person who shuts you down, right?
Part of the reason I came here to your guys' page is that you're nice people. I'm fucking broken about it, man. And the issue is, I'm a fucking psycho, dude. I'm a crazy person. I know everyone thinks they're crazy, but I actually kind of am. You know?
Yeah.
Dude, I can't remember anything that happened 4 hours ago because I have issues in my head.
There is
So I'm also an asshole
of yourself. If you like, there is such a thing as being a person who is a bit of a psycho, and who knows it, and maybe feels a bit. I don't know about shame. I don't know if shame is the right word, but you maybe feel a little bit of regret, you know, for some of the things that happen, you know.
Have you ever realized someone lost all respect for you, and you realized that you weren't sure if you respected them in the first place, and it was messed up that was the case,
And that's how you found out, right?
and so you basically you talk and you decide together that there's nowhere forward to go, and it's split time. So yeah, part of the reason I came here is because I know you guys are humans, not trolls.
Right.
I think that's very mature of the two of you, though. Don't you think so? That's extremely mature because in this chaotic society where people are snapping on each other and not exercising their emotional intelligence and losing their life.
I apologize that I couldn't
ruining their life
for this reason. I figured I saw you guys on here. I'm like, I can go there and they'll fucking get it, or they'll not be assholes about it.
No, it's where being a nice person is not a weakness, and this is one of the problems I think with too many people these days. The nice guy finishes last kind of thing.
Ask her. The community I run in, being a nice person is a weakness.
That is a weak.
Well, that's not the right community for you.
It really is. It really is because I'm a dickhead.
But that's where
it doesn't sound like you want to be, though.
Right? There's a burning of bridges, and then you kind of socially murdered yourself because you decided you can't have compassion because that's one of the problems I think with American culture, specifically like the U.S. is that's the imperialist, whatever the consequence of the imperialist psychology is that you cannot be nice because you have to be the boss. You know.
Right.
I'll put it this way. It's one of those places where everyone says, yeah, I might seem like an asshole on the outside, but, you know, deep down inside, I'm a nice person. And I'm there like, you know, I might seem like a really nice person on the outside, but deep down inside, you know that same song, inside you're ugly, ugly like me. That's...
But is that so you're letting people meet your representative then? Because shouldn't you be the same on the inside and outside?
I am. It's finally coming out.
Well, this is the masking stuff, right? As far as like autism, not to say that you got any kind of autism thing. I'm just using it as a.
I'm on the spectrum.
Right. Well, so this is where, the nice person on the outside is the mask that has to be created because the not so nice person is not socially acceptable, and so it has this act of self-preservation to wear the mask all the time.
Like you guys see how I look. I'm a biker and I'm covered in tattoos and I've been a gangster and all that stuff. The thing is though, I wasn't originally like that. I went and became that because I needed to put a big freaking suit of armor on to protect the nice kid that I was. I needed to be able to protect him. And unfortunately, somewhere along the way, I became the guy I was creating. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense?
Yeah, how that happened.
You kill yourself eventually. And what you are now is who you are. I've done the same thing. You have to put on a tough face, a mean face to be able to protect yourself, right? Yeah, I know.
But the thing is, it's like in Fight Club. How about that? This is the best way. He creates Tyler Durden, right? And at one point, all of a sudden I realized I wasn't creating anything more. I became the guy I was trying to create to protect the other guy who I really am, and is not a good guy. I don't know. It was no longer. I was no longer acting like something. I actually became the guy I am. So while they're all saying that they might seem like assholes on the outside, but they're really nice underneath, I'm sitting there going, you know what? I seem like a really nice guy on the outside, but deep down inside, that kid is gone, and I'm the person I am.
Well, this is
I
getting
don't
into
know.
the being and becoming stuff. We have to be careful to not. I don't know if you know who Heidegger is.
I am.
The Nazi philosopher dude from back in the day, but
Yeah.
so he was all this fixation on being or whatever. Like we have to get back to this authentic way of being and stuff, and then becoming is another kind of important thing to understand or whatever. So, but what you're talking about is like you became your this mask or whatever. So I think what maybe is the thing that's tripping you up now is a little bit about this is who you have become. So this is who you are, the being that you are now, and you maybe not having
And
these.
I only see slices and bits and tiny pieces of the guy I became this to protect.
But I'm saying you maybe don't have the optimism to believe that you can still change and become something better in spite of what you've become now, kind of thing.
Have you ever heard of histrionic personality disorder?
No, what's that?
Histrionic personality disorder, HPD, is a mental health condition characterized by a pervasive pattern of excessive attention-seeking behaviors, dramatic emotional displays, and a strong need to be the center of attention. Individuals with HPD may exaggerate or fabricate traumatic events, yet appear completely fine, functional, or charming at other times.
Oh, the histrionic.
Histrionic.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I have heard of that. I just thought you said like history instead of histrionic. So,
And it's basically it half applies. I don't make stories up. The truth is messed up enough. I'm
Yeah.
trying not to swear. My bad. I'm trying not to swear.
that's okay. Well, just that's. I don't know if that's I think from what I remember that's the older, like more original diagnosis from like the diagnostic like third manual or the second one or whatever, and we're on like number 5 or 6 now, and they maybe don't use that word anymore. Then they maybe use like bipolar or something instead.
Yeah, borderline personality disorder.
So when you're behaving like as the histrionic or whatever, you'd be like having like a manic episode or something, or I don't know exactly. I'm talking about stuff I don't really.
Well, when you guys met me a couple months ago, I was in the middle of my winter depression. I'm not now. I'm aggressive.
The sun has kind of changed your mood. I feel the same way, or whatever. Like it changes your sleeping habits maybe a little bit. Like in the summer,
or lack of sleeping, really, at this point.
in the summer, I feel like I'm waking up earlier, going to bed earlier. In the wintertime, I'm staying up late and sleeping in late and stuff. So
I couldn't tell anyone in the community I travel in that I'm like this.
yeah, well, it's kind of like it's like an act of self-preservation, like I was saying, in that what would happen if you did tell people? Like it would be creating all kinds of problems that are maybe
Not even problems.
helpful.
It'd be relentless, just tearing into me.
So would it be though? Like, is it fair to say? Is there a kind of like fear about what would honesty bring, and there could be a bit of an exaggeration of what might happen, or I don't know what your circumstance is. Where
Basically what you're seeing is the guy inside the armor, and I can never let those motherfuckers see him.
Yeah.
God damn it! Shit. I'm
It's
good.
a hard thing. It's like not like I don't know what kind of advice would be best to give you in a sense. It's like There's like a liberal kind of approach would be like, "Oh, take the armor off and embrace them and be yourself." And then
Honestly, it just
I don't know if that's like the best thing for you necessarily. I don't know enough. You know what I mean?
I think being able to just at least say it out loud is what I needed.
Right.
Like,
Well, as far as, yeah, go ahead. You just want to get it off your chest, like.
I needed to be able to say it out loud.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say from there, man.
Maybe that helps, like, make it kind of real instead of like just like a thought in your head, you know. And when you put it out there, then it's out. You know, it's not. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You know.
I apologize for throwing this at you guys, man. Like,
You're going through some shit. It's okay. I'm glad that we could be here for you. Are you there, Abby? Or
well, it's that and the crew I grew up with. There was 4 of us, and the second one of us just killed himself.
oh god damn. Yeah.
So like,
you know, when it rains, it pours, right? You know?
fuck. Sorry.
Yeah. Abby just lost her cousin with some similar circumstances there.
I just lost my best friend. Basically, he was basically like a brother. He was 26 and he died of diabetic disease.
Oh man. Yeah. This is where we gotta let people share the, like, this is where we don't want to say no, don't share your stuff or whatever, because you're gonna make me feel bad, whatever. I need my peace of mind, you know. It's like I don't want to necessarily hear, because I know millions of people die every day. So it's like if I try to hear everyone's story, it's a good way to not be able to have happiness, you know. But there's like this escapism from people's lives, like the problems in their lives are part of their lives and stuff. And for us to just, I don't want to talk about miserable things or whatever, so I can't have empathy for you. It's like that's not the good kind of way to be. It's not a good person, you know.
Well, where I usually the community I usually hang out with, a bunch of New Yorkers, and they're all freaking angry and trolling and just like constantly ripping on each other. If they saw this, I would basically be ripped on for the next freaking month and a half and be told I'm not a man and everything else that they could possibly come up with.
Sounds like a toxic community.
If they aren't able to handle their emotions, then they aren't them. Like if they're going to rip on you and diminish, you know, your maturity, because you're being mature and talking about your emotions, how you feel, and, you know, looking inward, you know, that's more of a commentary on them than it is yourself.
She became one of them.
It's kind of like a in group out group kind of thing. It's like a hive mentality sort of thing, you know. Like, in order to stay cool with everybody, we gotta, like, the person acting the most gay has to be treated like not a man kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, basically, there's always a target.
Yeah, and that's got nothing to do with your.
And yeah, and I want to say this, and I mean this in the most non-offensive way I can possibly say this. I'm not trying. This is no way, shape, or form meant as an attack. But the way you guys are is soft compared to what I'm used to. You know what I mean? I don't mean that.
No,
you guys are
a good way to put it.
The understanding and the empathy and all that stuff is not like I was beaten to grow up. You know, like but I still figure I was like, I saw you guys were online. I'm like, they'll fucking get it. They'll understand.
We'll still bleed. We'll still bite. But there's more to there's more to it than just bleeding and biting.
So I think the better soldier is the one that has empathy, as opposed to the one that decides to, like, kill the good side of themselves in order to
But
be.
not the most effective soldier.
I don't know. I don't think that I think the fascists have been proving over and over again throughout history that the more that they embrace this, this anti-human approach to being the most efficient machine of a killer, it does actually prove out, I think, to be better.
To be the most effective soldiers to serve the state machinery.
Thank you, guys.
I think it's a misunderstanding of human nature is what they try to do, you know, about the dehumanization of the soldier is the most effective. Like, I think it's there are better fighters that have something to live for, you know, to something that they're fighting, not just for the state. That's like the cold analytical thing, but the state that they believe in as like back to bring it back to the catacon thing we were talking about earlier, Dan, to make it this force of good that is restraining the evil in the world kind of thing. And that becomes like the soldier that is actually has something to fight for rather than just to destroy the things they hate, you know, or make that so that they can kind of make protecting what they love and destroying what they hate one and the same thing. Isn't that the best of both worlds? It's kind of evil sort of use of that. That's like a Nazi sort of thing is what we were talking about earlier. You missed it. I don't know if you were watching.
Dude, like I said, I saw the videos online. I was like, they'll get it. Dude, I'm the guy. Yo.
With brass knuckles on your neck.
Yeah.
You have teeth missing?
Only one. Yo, not just brass knuckles on my neck, man. Not just brass knuckles on my neck. That's who I am.
Our unions should be handing these out.
What?
There we
Our
are.
unions should be handing these out. Knuckles and clubs.
Dude,
But that's something that
I'm a freaking biker, man.
the problem is, it's like this fear of perception of I think that we can't become more militant. We have this problem about if we harden ourselves, we get mistaken as fascists. But what we need is to harden ourselves without becoming fascists, and that is a very kind of almost like a tightrope to walk.
Dude, I'm a biker and I'm a freaking gangster. I'm a hustler, and I'm a bad dude.
Bikers aren't bikers are the sweetest cream puffs I know.
Except for
Most of them, some of them are the nicest guys you'll ever meet. Yes,
They
But-
like do
Public
they
relations.
like give out turkeys at Thanksgiving
Yes.
and
but
they
but
go
flip that
to
coin,
lemonade stands and
some of them are
But-
contract
yo,
killers
baby,
and drug
but-
killers.
baby. Flip that coin though. You know what the other side of that coin is, right?
It's public
Yeah, that's true.
relations.
Like the
but
other
I've
side of that
never met any
coin.
of
The other
them.
side of that coin
I always meet the nice ones. That's a
I-
facade. And by the way, I apologize, y'all. The baby made a big poopy in his pants.
Oh,
I had to go
The
take
other
care of
side-
him,
yo,
and my
the other
mom
side-
came up front. So
no need to apologize.
the other
me a
side of
minute.
this coin is a terrible freaking person, man. I'm not gonna elaborate.
But it seems like it's kind of this is what I'm saying about it tears you up inside a little bit to have kind of to have to be that way, and maybe you would like to not be that way, but you don't see a way how to be any other way.
Well, everything I did to become this, everything I did to become me, the price I paid to live my life this way is that I live my life this way. It's one of my freaking lyrics in one of my rap songs, man. Like,
Bit of a
the price
tautology.
I paid to live my life this way is that I live my life this way.
Yeah.
And there's no going back.
It's
You
a
can't
price
un-
to
you,
continue
that
to
you
get.
doesn't
can't
make any sense.
you can't undo the things you've done.
You know, is it
That
the way
sounds.
that you live? Is very deterministic? Like, do you have the choice to pay a different price today or tomorrow, or does it have to be the same price until you die? You know.
Well, the
Look,
price,
hold on, hold on,
the
hold on,
price,
hold
the
on,
price, the
hold
price
on.
I pay is up in here, and that doesn't go away.
Oh, I see.
No,
Oh, so it's like it's a, I don't even know. Oh, is that MS-13?
not
I saw
MS.
I saw a 13.
It's a 13, but it's not an MS-13. It stands for the letter M, and there's a lot of things. The price I pay live my life this way as I live my life this way.
So it's like 1M? Is it
It
1
doesn't go
M?
away.
I shouldn't ask
Technically,
questions. Let me not
you
ask
ever,
questions.
what do you call more than two crows, right? Like more than two crows is a murder of crows, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
I got four crows on my arm.
Wait,
Five
more than
includes the biggest.
2 crows means what?
A murder of crows is what they call it.
Oh, is that like a teardrop?
No, a murder. It's like there's. I don't know what you're saying.
Is this
But there's.
Edgar Allan Poe? Nevermore? I don't know what he's saying either.
I've got a. I'm sorry. I've got a history base. Is what I'm saying. Like
Oh, okay.
there's no going back to who I used to be.
It sounds like you have some like
Demons.
it's like meaning. The way that you're using the words have like a internal special meaning to you that is
It
kind of.
sounds that we don't
I
have
speak
any
a,
idea
I,
about, but
I speak a
no,
lot
no.
of metaphors. I
It
speak in a
sounds
lot of
like
metaphors.
he has PTSD.
Yeah, I
He don't
do.
know how to say it.
I do. I don't even know what to say, man. I just knew that if I came over here, I could talk to you guys and not get thrashed for it.
Well, I think my advice to do your best not to be fatalistic.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
Man.
the hardest part of
I have to go
having
smoke a
a
cigarette on this
history
one.
is not being able to really talk about it in depth. I mean, you're just kind of made to
Do you have nightmares?
suffer this alone. I
I
know
don't dream.
I know what you're talking about. I have
You
my
don't
history
know that
as
you dream.
well.
When I do dream, I have the same dream every night. Wake up, I'm still back in Tacoma, and everything that's happened since then was a dream. I'm still back in the fucking hood doing the shit I was doing.
Solipsism.
So you know what that means? Your subconscious is telling you that they want you to fix it.
You can't move on until it's
You
resolved.
can't move on until you resolve that. So whoever you need to make amends with, whoever you need
They're
to,
gone now.
well, the sins of the father, uh, it gets passed on to the son.
No, that's the wrong. They don't unless the son chooses to follow in the father's footsteps on by
And
their own.
No, the sins of the father.
the one thing the one thing I've done
Sins of
correct in
the
my
father
life
gets
is raise
passed
my
on to the
son
son.
not to be like me. I have done that gloriously. He is a young, unbroken version of me. He is everything I should have been able to be if I'd had a dad like me.
You could put it this way: if you try to pass the sins of the father onto the son unjustly, that in and of itself is a sin.
I've been a good dad because I'm a good example. No, I'm a good example for being a bad example. My son is wonderful. He is nice and kind. He never had to build the suit armor. He's proud. He's confident.
Everything in the dark comes to the light.
He may
Everything I wish I could have been.
He may be
My
the
son,
clue.
my son is.
He may be the clue that you made the mistake in believing that the armor was necessary in the first place. But there's different life circumstances, right? So that's maybe a wrong statement I just made. You know.
No, I agree with you to a certain extent. Yes, like
I think everything in the dark comes to the light at some point. So the sins of the father do get passed on to the son. If the father doesn't rectify their own sins. Now you might not be able to do it to the people because they're not here anymore, but it might have been some repercussions to their children that you might want to rectify, and then you might feel freer.
This is why I think it's important to get off of the sin use of the word sin and clarify with the difference about right and wrong. That's a more secular kind of approach. Because I don't actually believe in all the rest of the stuff that makes the sin have its power. And so why would I suddenly revert to it now, kind of thing?
I mean, that's okay if you don't believe it.
This is where I maybe
I'm not talking about sin. I'm not talking about sin in a religious way. I'm talking about deeds. Is deed a better word for you?
I believe, I believe my ledger's in the black at this point, but I still remember.
There is a thing about having to pay other people's debts, whether they're like you're not just monetary, like you're.
I can't say any more without.
No, you don't have to. So look, we talked about this earlier about how I said I truly believe the reason why America's in the place that it's in is because no one was held accountable for their behaviors in the past, and all that shit is coming back to haunt the entire country.
There's a legacy being inherited.
Exactly. Now you don't have to call them sins. You can call them deeds. You can call them transgressions, whatever you want to call them. That's all I'm trying to say.
Let me say, hypothetically, 100% hypothetically.
Don't tell us your business now. Hold on.
No, hypothetically.
You on the internet.
That won't work. Don't use hypotheticals. We understand. I understand.
You're still on the internet now.
I think those of us
understand. If a bunch of people, if a bunch of guys were in prison and their kids were being by people.
We're being what?
Raped.
Yeah.
I think that's the way you say it.
Grape.
And you weren't a Crip or a Blood, but you ran with Crips and Bloods and Serenos, and to have a target taken off your back, you took care of people that were doing that shit to those kids. Should you feel bad?
Is that right? Is that wrong? Is that a sin? Is that the question? Or
is that how you get 4 crows on your arm?
Oh,
is the state going to do anything to protect these?
No, they weren't.
There you are.
I also believe that there's so much legal injustice in this world that street justice is important.
And so 22 years later, I'm sitting here crying on your panel because of shit I did back in the day.
Was street justice
to resolve those issues?
Was
because they were in prison because they couldn't do themselves. Because that was what took the target off my back, because I was not willing to affiliate with one person or group in particular. And that's how you get the nick. That's how you get the freaking. That's how your big homie gives you the name Evil.
That was the necessary situation that you were caught in at that time, and so this is where we don't really have the opportunity.
Is street justice evil though?
You don't have the opportunity to be moral.
It was everything else. It was also other stuff that was going on that was involved at the same time, because I was a bad guy.
The material conditions to be a better person were not present or whatever, but when they do become present, then it becomes important to not reject the opportunity to be different, like for your son, kind of thing. You know?
No, hold on.
A lot of this just stirred up. You know, a lot of this stirred up today, and like I said, my girl and I broke up last night. So
I want to ask you a specific question. Okay, are you hiding behind your street justice? Are you hiding behind your injustices in bringing forth your street justice, but it's not the street justice that bothers you, it's the injustice. It's just a yes or no.
It's not a yes or no. It's basically it's the person I became. It's the person I became to survive.
So are the things that we do the things that make us who we are? Are we defined by our work in a sense? Even if
Yes.
yeah. So I don't think so.
Actions speak louder than words. Your actions are part of what defines you. It
Part
doesn't
of-
matter what. It's not a matter of, or to me, it's not a matter of what you meant to do. It's a matter of what you did.
Now, there's a
Dan,
true-
do you have anything to say?
What I'm thinking about
Because
here
we're
is,
kind of taking over the whole thing. You haven't had
I apologize. Like,
no,
I-
not
She was
no,
asking
not you.
if Dan
No.
has some comments.
No, I'm asking Dan if he has anything to contribute because, like, me and Michael are just like taking over.
Got a lot to say.
something I'm thinking about here is
If you don't have anything to
overdetermination.
say, Dan, that's fine too.
Keep trying. Just let him speak.
Something I'm thinking about here is Adorno's theory of overdetermination. That
Is he talking?
Can't hear him.
No, I'll come back.
okay, that because of the conditions which we exist in, that we were born into, not like our mother, but the social reality which we were born into, there's a determination, not like a fate, but just because of the way things are, you're determined to turn out in this way, right? And when we find ourselves in those kinds of when we find ourselves in that environment, and that it defines us, who we are to the core so heavily, we gotta not be so hard on ourselves, right? Like, remember that there's a world, and it's leaving its imprint on you just as much as you leave your imprint on it.
Well said. That's
I
Theodore.
gotta go.
Damn it, I missed it.
I gotta go. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. No worries. See you next time. Feel free to join us again.
Oh, he's leaving?
Better. He's got to go. He's saying so. Yeah, that's okay.
Damn, I missed it all.
You're good. Thank
Who
you,
has to
guys.
go, Dan or? Oh,
Have a good
Dan.
night. You're welcome.
Damn it.
Sorry. No, that's. He was sharing some kind of personal. He was in a pretty vulnerable spot, so I don't want to be trying to ask him to stay if he feels like he's.
No, I just
done.
didn't hear. I had to leave. I didn't hear.
That sucks.
And I had to go change a baby diaper, so I didn't hear most of it, unfortunately.
Well, you'll have to review it. But I think what Dan was saying about Adorno is interesting. I don't know as much about him. The one thing I do know about Adorno is he has this idea called negative dialectics. If you know, do you agree? You heard about that, Dan?
Oh, my cat's eating something. Dude, what the fuck? No, don't eat that.
So there's one thing we were talking about Hegel before. The idea about sublation is that dialectics often ends in a positive kind of synthesis or sublation, but Adorno has a kind of useful critique maybe of that, or that not all contradictions can be resolved positively. Sometimes the contradiction is a negative outcome or something. I haven't exactly looked into it too much. I'm not sure if Adorno should be considered the sort of like Marxist that we read, or like there's this whole question about the credibility of Western Marxism, and then which Marxists in the West are you allowed to read?
Well, there's bits and pieces that are useful, and then there's lots of garbage.
Yeah.
Overdetermination is a really useful piece. Yeah.
And I'm not sure. Is Adorno the one who killed his wife? Is that Marcuse?
Oh, I don't know.
I think that's Marcuse. But whatever insight they had, whatever it ends up in them offing their wife. I don't know about. There's something about like with Heidegger or whatever. You can't necessarily separate the philosophy from the man like they want to do with art. You know, that's kind of a dangerous enterprise sometimes. We'll have to look into. We can find a way to talk about Adorno or something. I think that we might want to be wrapping up soon, considering.
It's like I can't. Can you hear that noise? It's like I can't get away from noise.
Not necessarily. Can you hear anything? I can't really hear anything.
No.
Oh, you can't? Oh, okay, good.
No, you're good.
It's my neighbor's air conditioner.
And the discussion is more valuable when we have an audience. I mean, at least there might be people who are watching this after the live, but if you want to keep going, do you think now's a good time to land the plane?
I mean, I was fine, but I haven't read enough theory to have a discussion with the two of you, because obviously you both read more theory than me. So
And I'm saying I haven't even read enough theory, like to talk about Adorno. I don't know enough.
No.
We could read it now.
I just know that little tidbit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if it wasn't like it's getting kind of late for me. My clock is screwed up. What time is it? It's like 12:35, so it's not super late. But just because we don't have much of an audience, I'm feeling like, what's the point in carrying on? But if you wanted to like get into some theory, we can do that right now. I'm just thinking,
no, I don't.
Exactly.
No.
It's a bit late.
Let me change the subject.
Sure.
I always go political or social. I wonder, like, how much of a distraction is this? Remember, I was talking about Louisiana versus. I kept saying Callus, but it's French. It's Calais. And that was like the catalyst that made all these southern states start redistricting their maps. And you know how I was like, black people don't need to be out in these streets. And now they out in the streets. And I'm still like, wait a minute. I don't feel like our ancestors told us to be out in these streets yet.
So then it's like, are you gonna, if everyone else is going, are you gonna join them, or it puts you in a bit of a, is that a predicament maybe?
I'm not going out there. I'm not going out there. No. The only way I would go out in the streets is if there were whites and Latinos and Asians in front of us, behind us, and on the sides of us. I'm not going out there.
I have a bone to pick with our communists in our countries because of that. 100 years ago, we went out and faced death. Now,
We do a little more LARPing kind of thing.
yeah, we're very liberal about like we're collective with our theory, but we're liberal with our lives.
We're not putting in the into practice. But I guess maybe in our defense, whatever, I feel like I don't have an
Now,
ability.
when you say our, we have to. When you say our, I feel like this is where we have to delineate by race.
When I say "our," I'm talking about the communist movement in America and Canada. Um,
And I'm saying in 2026, I feel like we have to delineate by race because black bodies have been out there for too long, and I don't think we should be out there anymore. Because every right, this is as an American, because you're a Canadian, right?
Yeah,
I don't know enough about Canadian struggle and stuff like that. But as a black American, I feel like the feminist movement, the civil rights movement, everybody has benefited from that work. So why would we continue? Like at some point, black people got to stop. Full stop. Stop.
I think we
The
suffer.
system is not designed for us. We are at the bottom of the hierarchy. So why do we keep trying to? Every time we try to fight for rights, we always still end up at the bottom. And then when all this stuff started happening, everybody was asking, "Where are the black people? Where are the black people?" At home, as we should be. This is the system you wanted. This is the system that was created for you. And now that the system is affecting you, you asking where we? No, we at home. And even with this voting rights thing, let the shit play out. Black people go home. Do not, please. If 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 white supremacy cared, if white liberals cared that we have representation, they'd let us know.
So as far as the like, I agree with Fiddleford that got a bone to pick with the communists today. But what's kind of happened is we suffered a series of setbacks, and instead of like doing the work of learning from the mistakes and picking ourselves up again and building the foundation required to wage the struggle again successfully, we haven't really begun to do the work again. And because everything is left at square one all over again, there's like this apathy, this like despair about like there's so much to be done that there's not even any point in even beginning. And this is like this, it's like a postmodernist whatever kind of like
Okay, stop using the big words.
the postmodernist thing. The problem with that is the
using the big words.
grand narrative of communism has proven itself to be a failure, and now we're in this post-truth era where we can kind of make like we don't have to act like there's like a universal common shared struggle in history. We have everyone has like their own lived experience to concern themselves with, their own truth to make themselves, and this is like losing the solidarity and losing objective truth all at the same time.
When
And
was
then
there
it's
solidarity though, Michael?
fair to say we can do whatever we want, we can stay at home or whatever, and we did the right thing, and you can go out in the street and you did the right thing, and it's all the same.
Hold on. I feel like you gaslight me. Hold on.
That's what
There's never been
postmodernism
solidarity.
is at the end
There's
of the day.
never been solidarity. There's never been solidarity.
That's
Like,
that's not
It was the
fair.
Rainbow Coalition.
you can cut out the terms, the big words and the big terms, and just be real.
This the right-wing disingenuous erasure of history, of there's factual, there was real solidarity in different contexts, and if we want to do the broad brush, we can erase those moments and we can say there was never any solidarity. It was all cynical, false opportunism at most. You know, like, I think that's wrong.
I'm staying at home. Fuck that.
That's fine.
And I want every other black person to
There
stay
is
at
not
home.
solidarity in this context.
Because to me, I feel like if 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 black people stay home and the shit get bad enough for the white people, then they'll finally do something. But as
Abby,
long as
what
black people are running around trying to say what little, whatever the fuck you call it, democracy or whatever they think that we have here, then nothing's gonna change. We need to stay home.
Abby, what I'm saying with that, I have a bone to pick with our communist parties, is that I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you, and I'm criticizing our parties for failing to do that and address those things. Like what we have is this party called the Canadian Communist Party, and that's the flag there. But it doesn't do communist things. It just does. It just does this formal shit, this formal bullshit, and it stands in
bureaucratic inertia.
Yeah. Like
a goddamn parade. You have no demands. You just going out. You having a festival basically. Nobody cares. What is it going to accomplish? Yeah, you went out and everybody, oh yeah, we outside, and okay, and then what?
Nobody.
What you're talking about is the liberal method of just going out to be out.
To make yourself feel better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there and I did something. No, you didn't. You did not.
And we've done that part effectively, where we've been able to critique that in all the right ways and everything, and that we've refrained from engaging in that kind of behavior. But there's other things that we still have to do beyond that. You know, there's one of the things I think nobody really cares is to analyze the inadequacies of the party model. Like, the whole method is supposed to be, you want to call yourself a communist, you've got to organize. How do you do that? You've got to join the party, and then there can be no way that the party can fail to actually accomplish what it claims that its objective is. And when we don't analyze the contradictions that brought the system down, because it was never going to work to begin with, we're never going to be able to build the proper alternative or rebuild a party that actually works. And that's why nobody really wants to join the Communist Party. We see it doesn't really, like, that they're kind of going through the motions, and they don't really have any passion for what they're actually saying, maybe. And then, so what do we do with that? We can become nihilistic and we can say that nothing is going to change or whatever, or we can try and find what is the actual solution here that we're missing.
I didn't say nothing was going to change. I just said we don't need to put our black bodies on the line for change. Again, I'm saying that if this country wants change in a white supremacist system, then I think it should be white people versus white people, because y'all deciding what kind of country you want for yourselves. Basically, it really don't have nothing to do with us.
So one of the things that I was critical about the ACP is that they're maybe not inclusive of enough with like black people in their leadership when they launched their whole their party and everything. Their chairman, or their council was all white people, all men. And so when we're saying we're failing to address those issues that led us to not actually have the right kind of solidarity in the past, one of the ways that is thought to kind of address that is to have you guys included in the movement, as opposed to we'll do the revolution for you. And what you're saying is white people figure it out amongst yourselves. So then apparently the ACP having a council of all white men doing this classic old white men will be the ones making the decisions on behalf of everyone else.
We can't liberate you and you can't liberate us, but we both need liberation, and the only way to get it is together.
Man, this, like, I don't know if we can actually work together if you have this amount of reticence about working together constructively. You know, it's all about you do it for me, whatever, or not collect the check.
It's not about you do it for me. Hold on. Wait a minute. That was a little condescending.
Well, this is the society that you wanted, so why don't you fix it, whatever. That's a little condescending. I didn't ask for any of this either. I've been critical from the beginning.
You didn't. But who?
But it's my mess to fix.
Who was mainly on the front lines for feminism? Who was mainly on the front lines for civil rights? Who was mainly on the front lines for?
You make a majority argument. Like the minorities that did stand there weren't there, right?
I'm staying home. And I encourage every black person to stay home too. That's my stance. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to believe in it.
I think that's the end of the discussion then, right? There is no point in...
No, you could talk. Of course you can express yourself.
This is where we cannot make... Like you
can express yourself.
Of course, but I'm saying we've already expressed ourselves on this point. Maybe this is the end of the line there, because if you are not, you're determined not to be pushed off your square on this, then that's it. I'm not determined to keep pushing.
I was very clear. I said the only way black people should be out in the streets in this environment is if white, Asians, and Latinos are in front of us, behind us, and on both sides of us. Put y'all bodies on the line.
Hopefully that is not a
first
impossible to achieve
because
scenario.
It's usually our bodies on the line first. Y'all put y'all bodies on the line first, and let's see how that works.
We're not the ones to be talking to about this too. We're not in your community.
I'm talking to y'all though. I'm just saying this is, and I'm not the spokesperson for Black America. I'm the spokesperson for myself, and I can tell you a lot of Black Americans feel this way, but not all of them do. Some of them are out there in the, walking down the Pettus Bridge for, like, who cares? They still gonna change the maps.
This is what I'm saying about the postmodernist thing about we all make up our own truths and they're all equally fair. It's fine if you're saying you don't speak for all black people, but like you are likely speaking for a certain like viewpoint, like demographic, right? Like you're not alone in you're like you're saying, like these thoughts are not
all black people feel the same way I do,
right?
They're out there, and I'm just like, okay.
So then it becomes a question of which is it. Campism is not a good thing to get into, but it does become a useful thing to compare the different viewpoints and find which ones are closer to the objectively correct course of action in this instance.
Great.
Because
so that
look
we
at
agree.
the
That we
liberals
agree
and their
on.
protests, we say they're not right, and we could look at the people who are completely apolitical, who have always been sitting at home. You say they're not right. Are you guys right in this moment for your? Is the non-action permanent, or is it temporal, or like strategic?
And that's fair, right? That's fair to discuss and to try to pick apart.
One of the arguments that we get into, like as just random communists out in the wilderness, when we're criticizing our labor leaders, one of the things that they get into is, I was at this, I was at this march. You weren't there. Well, I was at this march. You weren't there. So let's then look at your consternation with or your disagreeal with black people going out into the streets for
into harm's way. Again,
for what reason, right? For what reason though? Like, are they just going out for the No Kings protest? Oh my God, it's just performative. I wouldn't want them to go and waste their energy on that.
Okay,
right?
But they're going out for the redistricting. For what reason? They're doing it anyway. Okay. They are not only are they doing that, they are spitting in your face and saying, oh, we're going to give reparations to the January 6ers and whoever, whatever allies of Trump. That's the system doing that. So what is your purpose? Instead of being out there doing that, you should be in the community trying to figure out how we going to barter and trade. You grow this in your garden. I'll grow this in my garden. You raise chickens. You raise goats. We'll barter and trade. That makes way more sense than walking across the goddamn bridge. Who cares? They are going to do what they want to do anyway. So all of that to me is performative.
I disagree a bit with the image of socialism here. But yeah. Like
we should be way more focused on what are we doing in our communities to make sure our communities are stronger than jumping in front of a TV, showing them that we oppose something that they're going to do anyway.
So I think the criticism here would be that that's kind of like a localism sort of. Our solutions can be made locally, and we don't really have to worry about the bigger. We don't have to fight the bigger fight, but they control the local from. You know what I mean?
You're putting
That's
the
what I'm
detail.
saying. They can't control. They can't control you and your community doing the things that you need to make sure your community is okay and thriving and staying afloat.
What I criticize.
But this other stuff is just all performative theater.
What I'm criticizing about the party, it is what you said. Building community relations, right? That's the other side of that. That's actually a very well put into material, concrete. What I'm trying to say that our parties haven't been doing. They haven't been going into the communities, into the working class, finding their conditions, investigating the conditions, and fighting relentlessly at risk of death for the working class as a totality, and their cultural distinctions. No,
and I'm not. Sorry, Dan.
No.
Finish,
you put it perfectly. What I'm trying to say.
It's like so it's like poor white people. Y'all go work in y'all communities and make sure your community good. Poor Asian, poor Latino, whatever. Once you build your community, if you really want to build community with us, build it from the ground up. Why are we doing all this performance on TV?
So then we get to the
It
question of
doesn't
how do you
make
actually
sense.
build it, and then how do you actually build it from the ground up? Is then we have to go through the contradictions of the capitalist stuff in order to get them access to the resources to start the building.
If we're building it from the ground up, then we wouldn't be building our own segregated, racialized communities. We would be building it together from the ground up.
No, you build it segregated and racialized. You build that first.
No.
Then once that is strong, then you can go out to other strong communities, working class communities that have their shit together, and y'all can talk to each other.
I
That's
think
the
we would end up.
That's the Fred Hampton way.
We're just going to recreate a kind of racism if we try and do that. I think
Hell no.
Wasn't that Malcolm X's position, and Fred Hampton advanced it?
That's the Fred Hampton way. That is not racism. That is saying
we have to build our segregated socialism for white people and then bring it when it's ready.
That's what Malcolm X was advocating, and Fred Hampton advanced that. He negated that bullshit segregation necessity and actually worked towards solidarity. That's what the Rainbow Coalition was.
Exactly. Build your own community up, and you go build your community up. You go build your community up, and then us as working class people talk to each other amongst ourselves.
How's that going to happen if we're in totally different communities?
Trying to be self-sufficient.
You got to be self-sufficient first. In self-sufficiency,
so how does this? How is it that this doesn't lead to a race war? Once how
because you've gone and over the time of building that community, which might take a long time, you've reinforced probably through some kind of propaganda the value, the importance of maintaining the separateness.
Yeah.
Right.
You create
reinforce the divide. What do you propose? That
not segregation.
No, you propose that
all over. Hold on. In Russia, in China, in Vietnam, in Laos, in Mongolia, they've done it without segregation.
Nobody's talking about segregation. They're talking about building communities. Okay, like if you have a community where you have a cultural understanding amongst each other, it's easier to build community that way first. You have a social and cultural understanding amongst yourselves. Build that community. Once those communities are strong, y'all talk to each other because then the class war is stronger. The bottom is stronger. If you're trying to start from, we're all like separated and parsed and whatever, and we're trying to just come together all of a sudden, and it just doesn't make sense to me. You're trying to come together as communities that are already not strong.
This is like that being and becoming thing I was talking about earlier with, I forget what his name is, guy who just joined us, your friend there, but he was having a problem with overly fatalistic determining of the way that things are as opposed to the way that things can become. And we cannot be overly pessimistic. There's that pesky term called revolutionary optimism. I think that's kind of important here. I don't know if you have any of that as far as is this what you would call your revolutionary optimism, that we can build our communities separate and then be strong, and then eventually we'll find a way to
If you don't have strong,
bring out.
if you don't have strong communities on the micro level, how the hell are you going to fight a entire system that is against all of you?
How do we
It
make
makes no sense.
how do we make our micro communities strong when all of the strength is accumulated at the top intentionally so that they can smash all of the micro communities if they ever try to accumulate any strength or whatever? They're trying to undermine us if they ever see us begin to organize, you know.
Well, I'll
Well,
tell
yeah,
you why.
I mean, we don't go from nothing to something in 2 days. This takes a long time to build up. Like, like first you need to CPC voter.
Yes,
First,
we
Hi,
still go.
CBC.
Welcome
first
back.
you need to organize the like most advanced intellectuals for the purpose of revolution of the working class. First, you need to organize those people, and then you need to come up with a working theory for where it is that you live, and then you need to go and seek out people who are intermediate revolutionaries. And you have to help reform their bad idea. It's a whole thing.
I think that term segregationist has been like segregationist is an exploited term um, from capitalist exploitation, because what is wrong with, I mean, I lived in New York City. They had Chinatown, Little Italy, uh, Haitian communities. Like all of those communities are siloed, and they are strong in their own community.
How
Does
did
that
this
mean,
community come to
hold
be?
on, let me finish. Does that mean that they won't leave their community to go support another community? No.
See,
What that means is they made sure that the dollar circulated in their community to make sure their community had some modicum of wealth, so they had some type of influence.
but I think like the segregation kind of maybe before the word existed, wherever there was that impulse existed long before. I've been doing a little bit of research on endogamy as far as there are different, like some indigenous cultures, they have that practice of marrying within their own community only. They have strict rules about that. That's basically segregation. That you're, if
But I
you
never said that.
try and mix, if you try and get to know people from other cultures, whatever, in an intimate kind of way, that is anathema. You actually have to kind of be um, banned, exiled from the community
But I
for
never said
Romeo
that.
and Juliet, you know? So
Please
that's what
don't
I'm,
put words in my mouth.
no, that's
What I
what I'm
want to,
saying is that the segregation impulse or whatever kind of is thousands of years old, and it's not a positive force. Like it's like this reactionary kind of conservatism that we're trying to overcome.
it's idealism.
Yeah, that you can maintain control of your community through this kind of strict, like, regimentation kind of thing.
And the way that the like, why did Chinatown come to be? Why did the black community come to be? Why did the Little Italy come to
Because of
be?
white
What?
supremacy. Okay, so if you want to combat white supremacy, you cannot do that with communities that are weak. The communities have to be strong. How do you build strong communities? You make sure that they feel secure, that their dollars are circulating within their community, and not having the dollar leave their community every hour or so. That dollar needs to circulate within that community for weeks.
I just think there's a kind of fascist tendency that tries to emphasize strength above all. Might is the only thing that makes right. So we want to be careful about that slippery slope, maybe. I mean, I get
Yeah,
what you're saying. We
I'm,
need strong
I'm not,
communities,
I'm
but
not
we
picking
need
up what y'all putting down.
The
I'm just
re-
not feeling it.
so there's the part of town in my town. It's called East End, and it's where a lot of Eastern Europeans live. Now, it's not they don't live there because they want it to be strong, a strong community. They live there because we put them there. We took them out of their homes and we pushed them into the East End to put them into a ghetto. That's how Chinatown came to be. That's how the black communities came to be. Little Italy. So that's why, what I'm trying to say is, that's why they take on this image of they have this strength or they have this tight knit. It's because it was a reaction. It was a reaction to something, a reaction to white supremacy.
it's a little too simple of an answer to say why are those Little Italy exist? Because white supremacy. End of story. It doesn't really explain any of the details. The devil's in the details, right? You know.
Like if then are these separate communities then supposed to oppress each other to get stronger? Where does the drive to get to build the strength come from? If there isn't, right?
Or is the act of being like, actually, this is what Rondo was saying. I was watching JB earlier today. He was talking about something called, I think it's called Sarankuya or something. It was this thing about encouraging people to treat each other like cousins. And it was like, it actually kind of was at one point like a state sanctioned policy by like the Mali Empire in like 1200 whatever. What was it again? Sarah, what did I just say? I forget, but it was like this. It's a kind of important thing about, in order to prevent people from coming into conflict with their neighbors and other tribes and whatnot, you foster this kind of like joke relationship or whatever. Like they're not real cousins, but you still treat them like that anyways, whatever. So is that like softness to treat your neighbor tribe with friendliness, or is strength mean being cold and distrustful?
I know what you're talking about, and it's here, like we'll refer to people as cousins, auntie, uncle,
Yeah, I just
affectionately.
forget the name. Sari Kuya, I think it was. Not coming up. I might not quite have it right. Something like that. Did I spell it? It's. I think the English term was cousinage. Sanankuya. See, you get a little bit of the pronunciation wrong, and you got a whole different word. I'm not sure if Abby's still with us here, but
I'm here to debate. My mama said the baby, she trying to keep the baby from killing herself. He climbing on stuff like Tarzan.
what's up, Cobra?
Hmm.
And how do we turn these communities Marxist? They will never get anywhere until they become part of the revolution. Yeah.
Well, mass line.
I think we we come up with these kinds of answers, and then people sort of think, well, you sort of sound like follower of Jesus Christ or whatever. You got your Bible, and you kind of you think you understand the end of history, whatever, because it's all, they all the genius or great men of history have already written all the plan, and all we have to do is put it into action. It's like a little too perfect, But I get what you're saying. When you don't know what the mass line stuff is at all, you can be like dismissive like that. But if you hear what you're saying, it's like we got to work on. I have my camera. But
We listen to the people. We take their ideas. We reform the ideas into revolutionary ideas. We propagate these ideas back into the people. They take up the ideas. If they do not, then we failed. If we take up the ideas, then we take the new ideas and we reform them again.
So complicated. You didn't even have to use any big words, right? It's like listen to people fairly and respond fairly, and if you failed, try again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. But that's like maybe that's like even trying to oversimplify it a little bit.
Yeah.
But that we're trying to get to the kernel of truth, kind of when we're saying that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
I think my camera got unplugged, so I'm not sure if I can fix that.
I'm still here. I'm trying to get the baby situated.
No worries.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, Sanankuya.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually like this because I come from a cold community, not like cold, but like just distant. People like to remain distant.
Yeah, no, I agree. Okay, there we go. That's one of the problems that I have as far as how do we organize? Like, why are we failing to have solidarity with people? It's because it's actually hard to like break that ice and be seen as trustworthy. Because
I was just about to say that because, to be honest, it's a trust issue, and you can't be surprised about that. Which is why I said before like the underdog just jumps in, they have to have strength in their own community first. And Dan had mentioned about, like, why do they have Chinatown? So we're talking about big cities, okay? We're not talking about smaller towns where like there was a like Koreans control the hair stores for black people. That was a government contract. Okay. Arabs control the gas stations. That was a government contract. Black people don't own shit by design. So that's why I'm saying, like, that's the first step. That's why the black community as a whole is not about to be sitting up there aligning with people who they don't trust with good reason. The Asian community went full throttle against affirmative action. You know who it hurt the most? Asians. The Asian enrollment in those Ivy League schools went down because they didn't realize affirmative action helped them too. What they done? Well, let me shut up. Here you go, baby. Here you go.
Trying to remember what I was gonna say.
It makes me think of
yeah, go ahead.
It makes me think of during the English Empire, they would hire they would bring on higher educated, like not highborn, but highborn people in India into their like enterprise. I don't remember. I don't know what the fuck you call it.
They give the highborn a stake in whatever the capitalism.
Well, they would act as a face, as a liaison in Africa, so that the Europeans wouldn't have to risk showing where the power lays to the Africans and keeping so that they would then get mad at the people, coming from India, not at the Europeans.
I'm sure that was quite
Exactly. This is the same thing about how they're bringing all those. They've approved like over close to 2,000 H1B1 visas. Okay, if you're supposed to be America first, Trump said so in itself on Fox News. We got to bring in educated people. You spent your whole 10 years telling your constituents or your fans or whatever they are that college was a scam. But now you want to bring in people from other countries because we need educated people. Well, we could have had them if you would have gave if our country would have provided healthcare and education to its people, we would be educated too.
They don't want an educated proletariat.
I know. I know. That's what I'm saying. And hold on. Coper said, but how do we turn these communities Marxist? They will never get anywhere until they become part of the revolution. Like this is another thing I'm saying. Like, if we go back into our community and like petition our community, hey, you wanna if you I wanna like build community gardens. The economy's getting bad. What are you good at? You know how to grow bell peppers. You know how to raise chickens. How about you? You know anything about goats?
So you can build
like,
that.
What are you good at? And then in that community, you barter for goods.
And it has to offer like a better choice to the person who's choosing between going back to the capitalist system to buy what goods they can get from there, to work for what wage they can get from them, to buy a higher standard of living.
But that's not even a wage. That's not even a wage. That's just using your the property that you own and pay for. You want a lemon tree? How about you? You want an orange tree?
Kind of idealism here, I think. Where I think
I was going to say that, but I got a neighbor who has goats. I got a neighbor who has chickens. I got another neighbor who, like, we kind of already have that here.
You're kind of talking about the property class.
Yeah, I mean,
but hold on.
I
love that you just said that. You're kind of talking about the property class, because a lot of those people who have properties are older and can't really work it. Some of them can't work it the way they could. So
giving it to someone properly, freely,
how would you know if you don't ask?
Greedily.
Why wouldn't you say, hey, I know you can't do it yourself, but what if we had someone come over here and take care of it for you, and you still get a piece?
Right, but you don't have the same
and so do
offer
they.
the bank has.
The-
Like you could do the right thing by giving your property to us when you die,
so
or
a
you
serf,
do the right thing for your kids, and you could sell it to the corporations who want to mutilate it. So you make a killing that way, as opposed to
What are you
putting it.
talking about? What are you talking about, Michael? I'm talking about building community.
I'm
What
saying
do
you
banks
can
have
try
to
to
do with
build that
this?
community. There's the temptation of capitalism that is a factor in the success of the community.
Okay, well, if you don't want to do shit, then don't do it.
So then the what is essentially a serf comes and works for the grandmother, the lord of the land, and the right.
For subsistence.
No, not just. No, hold on.
Why
Not just.
What,
No,
why
not. No, they don't
go
just.
after the
No,
monopolized
hold on.
farms?
They don't just go work there. They are part of the collective. So your labor would automatically guarantee you bushels of the product, just like everybody else who has land.
I think this sounds like Owenism. You know that, Dan?
Yeah. Yeah.
It sounds like that.
Yeah. So why not instead go after the monopolized farmland and distribute that out so that each person who wants to work on these farms, instead of working for the farmer like they do now, instead they own like a.
I understand this. I understand what you're saying, Dan.
Yeah. And
I understand what you're saying, Michael. I'm saying you got to start somewhere.
You just can't be.
And people are hungry right now.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying there's a way for you to just do something on your street, on your like your neighborhood block, whoever wants to participate. There's a way to feed everyone that wants to participate right now. Whether you are toiling the land, whether you are providing the land, because a lot of elderly people, they can't really do it, but they have the land because they have the resources. So they get to eat, you get to eat. I'm talking about feeding people to make sure they like eliminating some stress. Something. Yeah, you don't have to be there every day. You can come. You could come once a week. You can come once a week.
They're talking about how they fed some people now here today. What have you done, right? But we're talking about when you sidestep the contradiction about the landowner refuses to abolish the private property relationship, but we're gonna still get kind of food in our belly. We should be happy about that. It kind of makes it impossible to argue that we may have to make some sacrifices to get to this better system, as opposed to.
Of course you do. Right. That's the whole thing about going from capitalism to state capitalism to socialism to communism. Everybody has to make sacrifices. Where do you want to start? You want to go straight to communism. It's not going to work.
The old person who owns the land, this private property, has to sacrifice that benefit that they get from maintaining the status quo or whatever, and they have to voluntarily give up to the right group, as opposed to taking the benefit they get to giving it to the wrong person. You know what I mean?
You said we can't go straight to communism, but what you're kind of what you're trying to advocate for is kind of going straight to that, not communism, but it's going straight to a thing that there has to be a transition. You have to like people's our culture, our mind, the way we interact with our world. It has to shift through generations.
So we don't understand mutual aid anymore. We forgot about that.
No,
mutual aid is out the window.
We can't treat mutual aid as the panacea.
No.
So
measure at best.
Someone's at the front door doorbell.
That's Taurus, Mama.
And on another note, going straight to communism from now, that's what the anarchists argue. That's not what we argue. We need that. What we argue is that there needs to be a transitionary stage between capitalism and communism. We can't just go into it.
You ain't brought it.
Wait, what? Listen to what I'm telling you. So I said April don't too much really probably feel the father because she got a kid. I was gonna get the pint,
Okay.
but I don't have enough to buy my food. So I was like, I'm just buy a pint and get a little bit of food and go home. Because I didn't think you wanted to be, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
So
That's
one
all
thing,
it is.
But you got so
Otherwise-
bring some ice. That's all I need to hear.
Yeah.
one thing I was gonna
I'll make
say
you a plate
earlier,
Just that, you know what I'm saying?
for
what
tomorrow.
she was kind of getting at is that with the
I'm not, I ain't want
I don't
to.
understand what's
business
happening.
owner
In
immigrants
my
that
ear,
have
and they pissing me off. I'm sorry.
taken over,
Okay.
like the Asian immigrants
I
that.
thought you already got it.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you a bit so that you can have a side conversation. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm just so when you're saying like the Asians and what, like they're brought in here to not let the black community build their own kind of prosperity. To correct that kind of issue, it sort of becomes a counterintuitive thing from the communist perspective to say, okay, so then maybe the right thing for me to do is to support black capitalism in like capitalism, not capitalist, not just support this individual black capitalist, but for now, the strategic choice for a communist is to support black capitalism instead of like whatever Asian capitalists, and so then how do people, if it's a trust issue, if it appears to people as a strange kind of like a contortionism of our ideology into justifying capitalism when we want to, and vilifying it when we want to, and it kind of sounds a little bit incoherent maybe, except that there's maybe a valid reason to support the black capitalism as we kind of outlined, like in order to actually create the progress that's been prevented all this time, or right the historical wrong. It just becomes about what to do kind of going forward. How to, if that's the correct strategy, how do we rationalize it to a public in a way that works, you know?
The national struggle, say like in Quebec, right? Their national struggle is something that would take precedence over the struggle for revolution, right?
Independent Quebec, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or not an independent Quebec, or
Nation within a nation, or whatever it is now.
yeah.
But in a way that becomes self-defeating, because then the revolution being placed as secondary when it's actually the primary contradiction, it kind of it gives like the false sovereignty. I don't see the nation as a real kind of sovereign, you know.
This is something Lenin argues. I'm probably not doing it proper justice.
It's difficult to speak or whatever at their level, maybe. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you find that in Lenin, Stalin. You also find that in Trotsky.
Yeah, and this is where it's probably there's a valid, effective critique there that's kind of memory hold, right? Like even if we've effectively diagnosed an issue there, it doesn't really register in the consciousness of like that the class consciousness isn't there. You know what I mean? Because with like this, we kind of switched to the Quebec the French nationalist question or whatever, but I would say that their path, like putting their French interests first, whatever, and then they have, like, they've achieved power within the Canadian system, but I think there's a kind of plateau to achieve through the strategy that they employed and what to do now. There's this kind of, we got to guard what we've gotten, and that sort of locks things into an inability to get more gains. So it's like this movie Icebreaker or whatever, I think it's called, like an old Soviet movie, is a great metaphor for this kind of problem and for our own personal problems, as far as like what kind of risk do you need to take in order to succeed. It's like an icebreaker ship that gets caught in the ice or whatever, and then they're like running low on fuel, and then it becomes a question about, do we do nothing as much as possible to survive as long as possible until rescue comes? Is that the right call, or do we try and burn what dwindling fuel we have left in a kind of risky last attempt to save ourselves instead of wait for what?
So who is the rescue?
Exactly. This is where it's a movie.
This is what I've been talking about. Who's been rescuing America for I don't know how long?
Some people argue about. We can't wait for others to come to save ourselves. We have to be our own saviors. That's kind of
no. That's not what I asked you.
Right?
I said who does the most rescuing in America?
Because the first question you asked is who's doing the rescuing.
Who are the rescuers? Who does the most rescuing in America?
You're saying black people always come to the rescue and don't get enough appreciation for it?
And it's not even about, no, you go. It's not even, it's not even about rescuing. It's about, like, I mean, it's not about appreciation. It's about, okay, we are here now. What are we going to do with this? Okay, you just going to keep pissing on us and shitting on us. Oh, okay. All right. So just don't be surprised when we don't want to show up anymore. That's all I just been saying. Don't be surprised when we don't want to show up anymore.
Right, there's consequences to all of that. Where it's a boomerang. Right?
Yeah, but the consequence is yours because black people been dealing with this, so it's not our consequence.
So the other savior complex we're talking about here would be the white man's burden situation. So the idea that it's the civilization bringing white man is the savior, and that it's our burden to bring this civilization, and that's something we need to have a total rejection of, you know.
Yeah.
Do you remember when like ICE?
With you.
Do you remember when all the stuff with ICE and all that, and like the Latinos were like, and where are the black people? Why aren't the black people here? And we're like, why are you asking for us? Look at who voted for Trump. It wasn't us. It was overwhelmingly white people and Latino people. So why are you asking for us to come put our bodies on the line? It didn't make any sense to us. Why would you even fix your face to say this? It makes no sense.
On your end, Abby? Is that a car alarm or something?
Oh, sorry. It's over. Sorry. My friend Taurus came back over. You know, the one with the dog.
Okay, yeah. Nice to meet you there. I'm not sure if you can hear us.
He can hear you. Say hi, Taurus.
Hey, nice to meet you as well.
He knows you. But anyway, you hear what I'm saying? All over social media, all these Latino people just chastising black people because we weren't in the streets. Why?
Yeah, and I don't know how to reach out to those like right-winger, chauvinist, bigoted fucking dumbasses who supported Trump. Like, I guess maybe the whole thing would be,
But it's
why
not.
you
It's
like
not
them
even.
assholes, MAGA?
But Michael, it's not
That's
even
what it-
them. It's not even them, Michael. I can clearly remember, like, when I lived in New York City, and all my I mean, I have very diverse set of friends in New York City. Obviously, it's New York City, and a lot of them are liberals, white and black. Like, I, it was only me and my friend Nejma who were the leftists in the group. Like, they called us the radicals. Like,
That's why I've
that's such a stupid fucking word, but whatever.
never
And
been attracted to New York, because it feels like with Toronto, the problem is, in order to make it at all, you have to kind of have that capitalist mindset, because the expense is so goddamn expensive. The city's so expensive to live in that if you try to have a socialist mentality in that kind of dog eat dog environment, it comes across as ridiculous. Does that seem kind of fair?
okay, I will give you that. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you that. I was there for the socialization of it all. Okay, because I met the most people around the world than I would ever meet in my life, and that meant a lot to me.
Yeah.
And not all of them were capitalists. Someone were just trying to make, well, you're in a capitalist system anyway, no matter where you live. But at least you're in one where is extremely diverse. And okay, and getting the stuff, and I'm coming in. I gotta do it on my Apple Pay. Um, but anyway, they were, like, talking about Trump, and this is in 2016, Trump and Clinton or what have you. And I had become disillusioned. I had become disillusioned. Oh Jesus! You see, I had become disillusioned, right? And let me finish. I had become disillusioned with Obama. It is so loud in here. My mom wants barbecue chips. So I become disillusioned with what was happening with Obama, right? Because all the things he said he was gonna do for us, he did not do. He was like a wolf in sheep's clothing, just like the rest of them. And I had enough, especially after I saw what they did to Bernie, which he turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing too. So I just didn't even care. And they're just like, "You're not gonna vote for Clinton?" I said, "No, you you want Trump? I don't want him either, but I'm not gonna vote for Trump just because white liberals are scared." And the gasp in the room. I think I got ostracized right at that moment.
Right. Well,
But I didn't lie. I told the truth.
but it would be fun to be able to ask them now that you got what you wanted. Do you still think that it was the right call for you guys to?
It was the right call. It was the right call because guess what?
No, I know
America
your
is
call
getting
was.
exactly what it deserves.
But I'm saying
What it should have got a long time ago.
your shitlib friends who were gasping at your common sense. It would be nice to be able to talk to them, see if they're still in their bubble where they get to pretend like all of their choices have been rational and the ones
Oh yeah, they love Kamala.
yeah,
Kamala is married to a Zionist.
they're just not paying attention, right? They're
Like
not letting any
like
details sink in. Like,
none of this matters to them. I gotta go on mute because I'm at a corner store and you hear the people with the music and stuff. So you guys talk. I'll be right back.
sure.
Was she a prosecutor in California and like
What's that?
what? Kamala Harris, she was a prosecutor in California or something.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I'm not sure what state it was, but yeah, she was a prosecutor. You getting a little tired there?
No.
I'm not drinking tonight, so I'm pretty wired. I was up drinking coffee kind of late, so like at 6 o'clock in the evening or whatever. So probably gonna be up pretty late tonight.
We still got ice, you know. The ice is still on the lake.
Mm. It's supposed to be getting cold again in the next couple of days, I guess. Well, not cold, but it's been nice and hot this last few days.
It's supposed to get hot in 2 days. I really hope it. I really want that ice to go away.
Mm.
I want to get out on the lake.
Mm. Yeah, that winter this year has been really stubborn. Doesn't really want to let go.
No, it was snowing today too. Last year it was already like summer.
Mm.
You know, like we were having plus 28 weather already.
That's where the climate change stuff, it's getting to a pretty chaotic sort of unpredictable, like you can't tell if it's hot one day and then cold the next, so it becomes hard for people to understand the accuracy of the CO2 argument, I think it's sort of playing out more or less accurately, but it takes so long that you can't really, it doesn't really feel like anything's being proven.
I'm not gonna rule out like it's just a weird phenomenon. I'm not gonna rule that out, but I need to see it happen like a couple of years in a row, or once every couple of years or something, to pin it to
But like the idea that it's going to be a crazy runway and it's never going to stabilize, like it could be kind of like we don't understand, and maybe our models are scary, but that's because there's something wrong with them, and we can't quite understand that. That's sort
Did
of
y'all change the subject?
Well, a little bit. We're kind of getting to be talking about climate now.
Oh, okay.
I was talking
Look,
about.
look. I'm gonna let y'all keep talking, but did you like my crash out, Michael?
Sure, yeah. Good to hear. Your
passion.
Yeah,
I just
your
gotta be
passion for
passionate.
mine.
Y'all
I
go
can't do
ahead.
no more
I'm
crash.
listening.
Okay. I was just that's what I was kind of getting at last week with trying to share my quantum mechanic video thing about getting a little bit too confusing with all the science stuff we maybe don't understand. But if some of the implications that they're saying would vastly affect our understanding of temperature, like how temperature works, and if that is the price of bringing back materialism to quantum physics, that would be pretty hard to. I'm not sure if people can like survive the fucking whiplash from the confusion of. So you've been telling us that we're all gonna die from the end of the global world with the global warming, but then all of a sudden we're all completely wrong about that because of the idealism at play in science. So the communists were right while they were also wrong about the whole global warming thing. That would just be like, I don't know what to believe anymore, I think we would end up with.
Michael, what's funny is my father was a black Republican. He used to always tell me, climate change, that shit ain't real.
It ain't.
Taurus said it ain't. And then when you find out that they had they've been able to control the weather since the 1970s.
No, they can't control the weather. Like these sort of these boilerplate gigantic statements that are
No,
so
they can control. Hold on. What happened in Iran?
they don't have the force, they don't have the ability of God to control all of the weather. They have the ability to potentially
I didn't say all of the weather. I did not say all the
no,
weather.
the way that you said that statement in such an open-ended way, it can be interpreted that way. That's what I'm saying. It's not precise enough.
What happened?
And that's fine. And that's
what
fine,
happened
Michael.
in
I'm sorry, I
Iran
didn't hold up to
is
your like exact
No,
standards.
people
But
don't talk
but
like that. That's what to have those exact standards. But
what happened in
unfortunately,
it's
Iran
okay. It's
was
okay. It's okay. I
was
didn't
a
mean that they
seasonal
can.
storm.
Oh,
what are
sorry,
you
Dan.
saying, Dan?
Oh, wait a
What
minute.
happened?
Hold on.
Sorry.
What
Hold
happened in
on. Because
Iran?
he made a claim to me. Can
Can
I
you
like
hear him?
defend myself for a second?
No, sorry. He was. We're both trying to say go ahead and let him talk, and then now we're interrupting for getting.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
What happened in Iran was a seasonal storm that Western propaganda is making look like something else.
So what storm are we even? I maybe missed. Has there been a big storm that I didn't hear about?
Yeah, there's a storm that hit Iran when the war was being unleashed, and that people are saying like, oh, it must be, you know, the
Weather
ability to control.
modifier.
Yeah.
No.
Making claims
We
of proof, are
actually
they?
can we actually do some googling or something?
Let's go
Because
into that then, if you want.
Iran knocked out one of their uh whatever radar, whatever it's called. And then they had because they were in a drought for like 40 years or something like that. Iran knocked out something and they automatically got rain.
Okay, let's find that.
And it's called and look, and it, of course, it's called Project something, and it's been around since the let me see.
I'm not sure what kind of keywords to look for, but Iran takes out.
I think it's this one. I wish I could do it because I'm on my cell phone. Let me see if I can use my friend's phone. Oh, he got a fingerprint thing. Uh, sadly enough, Jimmy Dore covered it.
Right. Well, I'm seeing these fact checking things come up that are probably not trustworthy. Did destroying weather control tech cause Iran's sudden rains?
Jimmy Dore covered it. If you want to try to look that up.
Yeah, I see he's the third person that comes up. Whatever.
I
Do
don't
you want to play just a little bit of it, or you don't?
I don't
want
trust
that?
laughing faces for news.
No, I don't
I
either.
think Jimmy Dore is kind of ruined his credibility. So I have no reason to trust any kind of stuff that he's talking about.
Yeah, he's ruined his credibility on his on a political stance, for sure. But just
This
like
stuff has
Tucker
political.
Carlson has ruined his credibility, like a lot of stance. But at the same time, I do watch to like look up stuff and make sure I'm on the correct path.
Well, at least hear what different communities are talking about and stuff. Well, Jimmy and like, I don't think it's right to say, oh, but they're bad on politics, but they're good on climate or something. Like there's a political aspect to the climate stuff too. So if they're bad at politics, they're going to ignore the politics happening in the climate situation. They're still bad at politics. But I'll call this up, whatever. I had this. Speaking of Jimmy, he is, the video's here if you want to skip to it, but it's just like some website, EnviroWatch NZ. Might be a conspiracy kind of nut job website. I don't know. What does it say?
Oh, you found
Kind of
it.
sensationalistic headline.
So they're playing up the drought. It's been a 5-year drought.
No, it was more than 5 years. for sure.
It's been a 5-year drought. Um,
That's not what I remember. I'm sorry. We could
You're saying you said 40-year drought.
look it up or
yeah.
agree to disagree. I mean, I said 40. That was off the top of my head. I'm not guaranteeing that either, but I'm pretty sure it was way more than 5.
Let's type it in and see what comes up.
Because
You're on.
a 5-year drought isn't like that uncommon. Like a 5-year drought, I wouldn't feel, like I need to be concerned. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, this CNN article says something like that. Iran's worst. Where is it? You put in the find 40 because it gives you that little blurb before you click on it, and then. So Iran's current drought is the worst for at least 40 years, and water levels are shrinking at a time of year when you would normally expect.
Can you share that, Michael?
Yeah. Oh,
You're
I'm not.
sharing something different.
My bad. Right, here we go.
There you go.
It's a CNN article, so this might just been propaganda, mainstream media propaganda to say they're
That's
making
possible.
it sound as
It is.
worse as possible, right?
It is CNN.
Yeah. But what is it
Oh.
saying? Current is maybe I shouldn't. Okay. All right. Let's see. The roots of Iran's water woes echo those in many other parts of the world. Decades of over-extraction, aging, leaky infrastructure, proliferation of dams erected across rivers, mismanagement, accusations of corruption. They're basically doing the critique of capitalism without saying any of those, like connecting any of it to that. Through it all runs.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
So the stuff they destroyed was like a cloud seeding radar. So it's cloud seeding.
I'm sure there was a real cloud seeding thing that was destroyed.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
that's what it was. So like you can totally say that that's like client or weather manipulation hardware, but that's cloud seeding.
Dan, do you think the fires in Laona,
Lahaina.
Lahaina, thank you. Do you think that was manipulated or that was natural?
Lahaina.
In Hawaii.
I'm not sure if I don't know if you caught that story.
No, it was a while ago.
Because let me just give you some reminders, okay? So before it even happened, they had made plans to make that town a smart city.
That's what they're gonna do all of it.
Right? Okay. So that's a little suspect. They had an entire system where they're supposed to send out sirens. It failed. It didn't work at all. Interesting. Okay. The water tanks were dry in a lot of areas. Interesting. Okay. All the places that burned down did not have everything that burned did not have a blue tarp, a blue roof, or like even the blue, what do they call them? Those little things you pull out in the sun in the beach. Those beach, what do you call them? Umbrellas. The beach umbrellas. All the blue ones remains. Anything blue was still there. The blue cars, everything. So people were doing research about how you could like send Michael, if you're there, if you could, because I can't remember exactly what it's called, but you could.
It's a laser beam.
Yeah, like a laser beam, but it doesn't burn blue.
I'm not sure about. I didn't go looking into the laser technology, whether or not it can actually do that. What I was sort of thinking is, you don't need such a supernatural explanation. There's been insurance fraud and people kind of setting fires to communities like that without such advanced technology.
On purpose.
A lot of what you're saying about setting them up was not necessarily relying on a technology like that.
And this is a colonized island too, so like people would have a lot less qualms because of racism. They'd have a lot less qualms about just carrying out that sort of thing, dumping out the water, making sure things that.
So they aren't trying to
And
colonize
The military
Iran.
base with the jet.
They're not trying to colonize Iran.
No, yeah, but
So what's the difference? They're trying to colonize Iran. So what is the difference in the behavior? There is none.
the point is that
we're talking about weather control though, and like the
and
In
potentially
both.
substantiated
In both.
claims that we're just doing the
We were
thing
talking about weather
using
control
something
in
we want
both
to.
areas, which one is already colonized and one they're trying to colonize. So what is the difference?
What we're talking about is the robustness of the evidence. I think we haven't really even gotten to test it, right? So trying to find out what was destroyed and what kind of effect was it claimed to have been having, and is it, if you go looking into like that technology, is it actually capable of doing what it's been being claimed to have being done here? Because it's probably a lot of it ends up being proven to be social media fantasies about what's happening as opposed to the actual
Well, prove it then. Prove it.
right. So let's read this here. Iran has accused the U.S. and Israel of using weather modification technology, specifically radar systems around the Persian Gulf, that ionize the atmosphere to steer clouds away from Iran, to cause a decades-long drought that rendered Tehran nearly uninhabitable. So Iran has accused them. This would be like I don't know if you want to do the whole fact-checking exercise while we're live sort of thing. That always can be fun.
I mean, if you're doing like the discrediting of what I'm saying type of thing live, then you should do the fact checking live, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not necessarily trying to discredit you. I'm trying to just prove what is the truth here.
Isn't that the same thing?
And if you end up getting proved wrong in the process, then that's discrediting basically, right? But I don't have the time to like check on what if the sources are reliable, sort of thing. It's a hours long.
But you have the time to say that what I'm saying is probably not true.
I'm saying my initial inclination to believe is that the claims about I'm saying that they do have weather modification technology. The claims of how powerful
yeah,
like they're exaggerating their effect for
Can
psychological warfare.
can you look up? Can you look up? I forget what it. Can you look up like the government project in the 1970s for weather modification? They've
yeah.
had the technology
It backfired
for
on
like
the
50
Marines.
years. They've had the technology.
So I'm
So,
what I was looking
Abby,
for here is
what they're talking about is cloud seeding. That's
I know what cloud seeding is.
so no, but when they talk about this, that, and this, it's cloud seeding. But saying weather manipulation technology, it makes it sound like they're sending radio waves into
or James
the
Bond.
atmosphere to cause the clouds to do something that, like, that's where it is, or that's what it is.
So
You can't tell me that's where it is because you haven't given me any proof to disprove what I said. So
right,
you
we're
can't
still
tell
kind
me
of
that's where it is.
so the
All you
reason
could
why I
do is
went
say that's what I think. You
the
can't
reason,
say that's where it is.
the
You could
reason why
say
I went
that's what I think.
so okay.
And
So
then I could tell you that's what I think. And then we could both like do whatever needs to be done to prove or disprove our theories. That's all we could do.
So the reason why I went to that other page was just to try and establish this first line here is saying Iran has accused the US and Israel of using this technology, and that claim appears to be true. So then moving on, um, Jimmy and Americans comedian Kurt Metzger point to Zbigniew Brzezinski's warning that weather modification could be used for secret warfare, and to the 1970s treaty banning such practices, signed after Operation Popeye in Vietnam, as proof
Okay, thank you. Operation Popeye.
and has
I
been
couldn't
deployed.
remember.
Right.
Operation Popeye. So you want to look up Operation Popeye now?
Sure.
Yeah, it majorly backfired on the United States, and it made it really difficult for the Marines to push into Vietnam.
And you think they got rid of the technology?
I never said they got rid of the technology. I said that this technology is called cloud seeding.
Question.
Yeah,
They
was a
used it. They used it in Vietnam.
Yeah.
They used it in Vietnam.
Yep.
Yep. During the Vietnam War.
So after Vietnam, did they just like burn all the records and destroy all the technology and say, "Yep, we done"? Come on now, come
That's
on,
not. This,
come on.
this is not what
I'm
I'm
asking. I'm
saying.
asking a legitimate question. After they used it in Vietnam, did they burn all the documents and destroy all the technology and say, "Yeah, this is America. We're not going
On
to do that because we have so much integrity."
neither
Right.
of us said that.
We could also do the same thing as
Okay,
far
but
as
what you're saying is you're telling me that it's not possible that they did that in Iran.
I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying it's not proven. So what I was going to say, we could do the same thing with the problem about
You can
the
wait. You can laugh, but like kind of the first time
I
hearing
can't laugh. I'm laughing.
no. The first time hearing this, and like it's silly that we have doubts, that we have to confirm it. It's
No,
not silly.
I'm laughing because because of the way that you guys are acting like I don't know what I'm talking about. And then I keep saying, look this up, look that up.
well,
And
no, I think
everything you look up is showing you exactly what I'm telling you. And you're still telling me that I haven't proven anything yet. That's
you're
why
just
I'm laughing.
you're just doing what Jimmy's doing, and you're thinking that you've established proof effectively, and I don't think you've actually done that. Like what you're sort of saying,
What
Zbigniew Brzezinski's warning was
okay,
completely correct, and that's
tell
kind
me,
of propaganda
tell me the proof that
sounding
you've established. Tell me the proof that you've established to refute everything
gotten
everything
around
y'all looking up. Tell
because
me
we
the
were kind
proof
of
that you've discredited me. Show me that proof.
we
And
haven't
then
gotten to that part
and
yet.
then I won't laugh.
We aren't even going there.
I don't know if we're even going to get to there. That's where it's getting a little bit late, and I'm not sure about if you're kind of been drinking or something, and then
Really?
it's hard
Wait,
to
what?
kind of continue an argument. So
Wait, really? Really, Michael?
really,
Really? Is that your go-to?
no. I mean, the more alcohol that you consume, the more you try to carry on an argument with somebody, the less you can.
I'm not arguing. I asked you to look up things, and haven't you looked them up? And you're
When
seeing them, right? You're seeing them?
you're acting like we started to look them up, we haven't really even gotten into it, and you're acting like you've got a fait accompli already.
Okay, we'll keep looking it up. I'll mute myself.
All
Y'all
right.
keep looking it up, okay?
So this
Okay.
is the Operation Popeye that you asked me to look up. This is just the Wikipedia. We're not even doing much more than a surface investigation here.
You don't have to do Wikipedia. You could do something else. It doesn't have to be Wikipedia.
Right. So you want to do
Go
US
somewhere else.
State. This is we're using whatever the search engines they give you the shit sources to begin with. So which one you want to pick? Where Popular Science, Soldiers Angels, Sierra Hotel, Aeronautics, whatever. You want to just pick
He's
one.
going to give us the same stuff.
It's basically you'll probably find it's the same as Wikipedia for the most part. You know.
Yeah. They probably use all the articles on it to inform the Wikipedia.
So what we're kind of, I'm not sure what is the question that we're asking here, because you're saying they attempted to, was it effective? And then you're kind of, we're maybe already conceding that it wasn't successful back then, but then you're saying
I didn't concede anything. I didn't.
away?
Wait, hold on. I didn't concede anything.
Exactly. So
To concede, what's the definition of concede?
I don't think we need to do that. I think we all agree on that. That's going to be kind of a.
Why can't we define concede? Because you said I've conceded.
No, we don't
and
need
I
to.
want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
We understand what conceding means. Okay.
No, what does concede
You don't
mean?
understand
Can you
what
look it up?
concede means? All right, you tell me what concede means. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna ask my friend to look it up because concede means to acknowledge grudgingly or hesitantly. Oh, okay. See, to be honest, I didn't even know that was the definition. That's why I asked you to look it up, because I wanted to make sure. To acknowledge grudgingly or hesitantly. I thought concede meant something else, to be honest with you. I thought it meant that I thought you were saying that I don't know, whatever.
All right, I wanted to see if it was attempted, if it was successful. There's probably some limited success, but
my hypothesis, which is before a theory, the hypothesis needs to be tested and then it is a theory. My hypothesis is that they're cloud seeding whichever part of the atmosphere that the clouds go into Iran through. And they're making it rain, causing a drought in Iran. And after this destruction of just a radar, I guess, something changed. That's a possibility. I don't buy the it ionizes the atmosphere to drive away clouds. I don't have a scientific explanation for how that actually works. I do for cloud seeding.
So here, I think, is the relevant thing that we're looking for. It says the operation was tactically effective in the short term, validating the scientific feasibility of weather modification in combat environments. So that would be something that would have been wrong for you to concede that it was a failure, because it was apparently effective.
So that was in 1970. It's 2026, and that was
it's probably
so in 1970. So 40 years from, so that would have been 1990. So they had 20 something years to perfect it.
Perfect it, I would say.
I'm not saying that they did perfect it.
You improve it for sure.
Improve it for sure.
So then
I'm just gonna lighten the load just a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Hawaii. Just to see just to talk about how nefarious these people are in their behavior. Okay. Oprah Winfrey did, like, she was like, "Oh, we're trying to raise, I think it was 20 million, no, $10 million. I'm putting up $10 million or something. I can't remember the number. I'm throwing out a number, but it was like either 10 or 20. Okay. Her and The Rock. Now, what they didn't tell you is she didn't put up any money. She was um she was getting paid. They were getting paid to do the promotional to um get donations up to that amount of money. So she didn't put up any money for this project. She used her platform, and he used his platform to ask the American people, or the people of the world, to put up the money that she said would be donated. None of her property got damaged. They watered all her shit down.
Yeah, that's your capitalist philanthropy in action for you.
I do not doubt for a second that there was a team of people who went through to empty, and I'm not being sarcastic, because it's the tanks are empty, things weren't working, all of that stuff. They were sabotaged.
Yeah.
Deliberately
I don't
make
know.
the
I don't know
situation
how.
worse.
And after that, they put up these fences with black, like, all around that town. Put up these high fences with like black tarp, so you couldn't see what they were doing. So
But what we
nobody
haven't done is
knows.
connect this to the weather modification yet. As far, I don't think we've explained to
I wasn't.
because there was a
Well,
storm that
we were
happened.
talking. I can
That,
connect it for you. I
yeah,
was talking about um lasers for fire. So that was about rain. So now we were in Hawaii talking about fire,
but was there a
right? So
potential cloud seeding that happened to create a storm in around like the to before the fires that happened in Lahaina? Wasn't there a devastating like hurricane kind of situation, or am I getting it mixed up, that situation?
I don't remember anything about that, so I can't confirm or deny.
I think it's high winds that with the dry conditions that sparked the fire, and
You
people are
you can you can
believing
say that,
the
but
spark.
you can't justify the fact that everything that was blue did not burn up and everything else burned.
I'm not sure what you
That
mean. Everything that was
That
blue.
that
I don't
that,
know.
that, that
every house that had a blue roof, every blue car, every blue beach umbrella, all those things remained intact. Everything around it burned.
I'm
I
gonna
never
have
saw
to
that there.
have someone who actually lives in the area vocally confirm that, not personally, but just there's got to be someone who lives in the area who can confirm that or not. I don't I don't trust that. But did you know that in China the PLA will go to certain farms, depends on how much of a drought they have, and they'll fire silver iodide from like they bring up these basically repurposed AA cannons to their farm, and they'll cloud seed for their farm to get it to rain.
Right. So I want to finish reading this little
So so
bit.
how well
Oh,
I
go
just
ahead.
want to counteract.
Yeah.
How do you want me to trust that?
I can find you.
But I could do this. You see what I'm saying?
But reliance on video evidence is not never, because it can be fabricated. It becomes not effective, even if the evidence is real.
This is what I'm saying. Are we?
But
Are
especially
we?
with AI.
Are we?
But that's why we have to be much more skeptical of believing the things that we hear, because the evidence is very easily manufactured as much as
Critical thinking,
technology
not
is very much real. Let me read this little bit here because it says, so it demonstrated that meteorological engineering could be conducted using existing aircraft and materials. Despite temporary delays in enemy movement, Operation Popeye did not significantly alter the strategic outcome of the war. The North Vietnamese quickly adapted, improving route maintenance and shifting logistical operations. So as far as the Iranian case, you say they caused a drought for 40 years. You don't think that they were capable of adapting to that situation?
Wait, hold on. Wait a minute.
But while the operation confirmed that rain could be increased on demand under certain conditions, it also revealed the unpredictability of atmospheric systems, which is my argument about.
Okay, go back.
They can seed the cloud, but they can't necessarily do it in a way that successfully predicts the outcome that they're looking for.
Hold on, go back.
Okay.
Go back.
You want to go up a bit?
Go back up. Okay. You said, despite temporary delays in the enemy movement, Operation Popeye did not significantly alter the strategic outcome of the war. Just because it didn't, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Okay. The North Vietnamese quickly adapted, because guess what? The North Vietnamese already live in an area where rain is a significant part of,
and Iran already lives
the culture.
In an area where drought is a significant part of the culture. So, but what's here to get to the end little bit? Where does it say?
While the operation confirmed that the rain could be increased on demand. Wait, hold on. While the operation confirmed, the Operation Popeye confirmed that rain could be increased on demand under certain conditions. It also revealed the unpredictability of atmospheric systems. That was in 1970.
Okay, so rainfall sometimes occurred in unintended areas, highlighting the low control fidelity of weather warfare. Operation Popeye stands as the first and only confirmed case of operationalized weather warfare in modern military history, and stands as definitive proof that cloud seeding is a real, scientifically validated process capable, under the right conditions, of inducing or enhancing precipitation. It has been used in both military and civilian context, from increasing snowfall in mountain ranges to managing droughts in agricultural regions. So there is no reason to
managing droughts in agricultural regions. It says that, like,
definitive proof.
Why are you fighting? Why
we're not fighting over it?
Why is this an argument?
Not right, because this is where we were.
You
saying
think it's an argument for some reason. You're not. I don't know why you think this is an argument.
I shouldn't have used the word argument, because you're gonna take that and run with it. Let me take the word argument away. Should I say debate, or wait? Why are we? Why are the three of us, or the two of you, acting as if this is not a possibility in Iran?
It is more than a possibility. It is. We're agreeing with you. It is happening. What I'm not agreeing with is the take that someone like Jimmy is having on it, where they're taking it and they're running away with it and making it into more conspiracy theory than like they're exaggerating what's really happening here, I think. So, but
They're
let's
doing
maybe
propaganda for their own empire.
What's that?
They're doing propaganda for their own empire, Jimmy Dore.
Right. So let's see what his video is. Sorry. Before we make that blanket judgment, whatever, it's like a 12-minute thing, or we got time, whatever. Let's see if our claim is correct. If I were a betting man, I'd say that this is about to be propaganda we're about to see. But do you think he's doing propaganda, Abby, or do you think he's just telling you the straight up truth?
No, I didn't say he was telling me the straight up truth.
Exactly.
Look, I listen to multitudes of things. I'm saying that the possibilities are endless. The probability might be low or it might be high. Right. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, and in this government, in this nefarious government, the probability is high as fuck,
So
in my opinion.
yeah, and what I was gonna
And
say, we
if
could
you
go ahead.
if
Yeah,
you
sorry.
wanna act like it's not, and I you're saying that you're not trying to say that it's not. Okay, so yeah,
Your take sounds like the same take, like my take on the bioweapons. The when they're talking about the possibility that this pandemic was caused by a bioweapon instead of a novel new pathogen, whatever, uh, you're ridiculous if you're going to pretend like it's not possible, right? And so we're
right,
on the same
exactly.
page. And then what I was going to say
The
about,
possibilities are endless.
and with this, what's a good
It's the
analogy
probability
here,
that we need to really focus on, the probability,
right? So I
not the
think a great
possibility.
what's a great analogy for this specific weather modification thing, like real world example of a drought in Iran for 40 years or whatever, because the technology is real and that actually advanced, is the argument about they're in Ukraine, they're trying to develop the the uh, the genetic weapon that can target um, one specific race or whatever, so they're likely trying to do that, but how far they actually are in creating that kind of a technology, then they could create a pandemic that only affects Russians or something if they succeed. So we have to be wary of the credibility of the potential of the threat, but also not let we have to be wary about the threat of psychological propaganda, because this is also very effective at creating panic in the enemy by thinking that we can't fight them or whatever because they're so far more advanced than us that it's already over. We're cooked, So let's just hit. You want me to play the video now?
Wait, who when you say who is we?
I'm saying the population, like a nation that's being targeted. The more morale of the people is what the
Like
psychological
America or Iran?
or Russians or Chinese, when there's a biological weapon being targeted,
Mm-hmm.
that they should be afraid if there's an actual race weapon that can like target them specifically. But if that's just a propaganda
But
claim
but
and it's
didn't
not
but
real, that can be used to scare people into believing that's a threat they need to prepare for when it's not actually
but
real threat they need to
who
worry
was talking about who was talking about, I can't remember that biological weapon somebody was talking about that was being used. Um, and I said it sounds like white phosphorus in Israel. I can't remember. It was a
I'm not sure.
biological weapon. That was a couple of hours ago.
Maybe.
Cyanide for controlling predators.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right. So that's plausible.
And then we started talking about the mosquitoes. So let's
Yes.
not go
Okay.
back in.
So all of those things are plausible,
Mm-hmm.
but for some reason, this you need like 100% proof.
Well,
I find that quite interesting.
we already
What?
established that we already agree that it's 100% proven that it's possible. I'm saying we
What's
need to
possible?
know, because the whole thing about the military, they do this thing. We got these wonder weapons where you just wait, whatever. Don't fuck with us, because when when you really test us, we're gonna bring out the big guns. And so there's some truth to that, but there's also some bluffing to that. We gotta make sure they don't know what we have and don't have. So don't deny the possibility that they could be lying to you about how strong they actually are, when America is weak as fuck, weaker than it ever has been. When you talk about their capitalist greed, is it more, are they more incentivized by like actually developing the technology that they want that to be so scary, whatever, or do they want to rob everything, whatever, strip everything down to the nuts and bolts? Let's play the video though. Ready?
Made uninhabitable by drought, and the drought was engineered in part by U.S. radar systems that were blasting energy to ionize the atmosphere to steer clouds away from Iran and to actually cause a drought. It's just classic geoengineering, multiple ways to achieve this. But what has happened is that since those large radar installations around the Persian Gulf have been destroyed by Iranian drones, the rains have returned.
Remember what Zygmunt Brzezinski said, who was the advisor to Jimmy Carter. He started the Trilateral Commission. He's the father of Mika Brzezinski on Morning Joe Ball. And
Big News, I think is how you pronounce it. It's Big News Brzezinski.
He said technology will make available to the leaders of major nations techniques for conducting secret warfare, of which only a bare minimum of the security forces need be appraised. Techniques of weather modification could be employed to produce prolonged periods of drought or storm. Well, son of a gun, we've got evidence that that's exactly what they've been doing in Iran. Iranian expert accuses U.S. Israel of weather manipulation to deepen the drought. An Iranian water resource specialist has accused the United States and Israel of manipulating regional weather patterns to intensify Iran's severe drought. According to the Middle Eastern Media Research Institute, they claimed in a July 30th interview on the Iranian YouTube channel that both nations had been deliberately diverting clouds away from Iran for over 4 decades.
Well, that's a violation of the treaty not to do that, Jimmy.
That is. There's a treaty, international treaty that was signed in the 70s that made it illegal, or they all agreed to not use weather modification.
Because we did it in Vietnam, too.
Because we did it in Vietnam. Iran's rain clouds aren't being stolen, but its drought is worsening. So the establishment media comes out, immediately tries to make you think that's wrong, that's not happening, because that's what the establishment media does.
Is Iran being forced to use their plague of bees weapon on Israel in retaliation?
Iran's embassy in Kabul posted a strange tweet. They say in it, after Iran destroyed the secret center for cloud seeding and weather manipulation in the United Arab Emirates, everything changed overnight. And with the end of the secret center, the region's weather map flipped completely. So it's raining so much, their reservoirs were down to 1%. They were thinking they would have to move people out of Tehran, a city of 9 or 10 million people. They were going to move everybody because they had no water. But now we opened the gates of Iraq's largest dam due to 100% capacity. The dam hasn't reached 100% capacity in years. Underground water sources have started to overflow, and this is what it looks like. That's what it looks like now in Iran. Water everywhere. Water coming up from under the ground. And here, Iran destroyed American. So when Iran hit, they say they destroyed their weather modification plants, right? When Iran was hitting all the Gulf states, because we had bases there. And then they also took out their weather modification. This is what the reporting is, right? So I can't, nobody can confirm this for sure, but
I just see Tucker Carlson is the one who's exposed to American weather engineering in Iran, and that's typically not someone we like to trust as our source. Just want to say that.
But this is certainly what it looks like, and especially after Iran and Kabul tweeted that out.
And Tucker, they're being used as a form of warfare. And we know that. We have countries like Iran constantly demonized, of course.
And Dane Wigington, this guy is someone we need to dig into as far as I think this guy is like a hack, the part of the media misinformation campaign about climate change designed to discredit the idea that there is any kind of global warming happening because of this CO2.
The whole
this
thing,
is where that goes. That's the point of this, right?
That's where we're fighting. That's where I'm fighting so hard on this.
it gets to be the science or whatever becomes discredited, and then we just don't do the things to change the climate destruction, and capitalism kind of wins on the climate front. Like that, we've already seen like oil's back, baby, kind of thing, right?
If weather modification is real, then climate change isn't real. They're just modifying the climate. That's all I hear from these fucking old idiots. I don't want to call them idiots, but sometimes.
To be, fair to them, it's this stuff that's being pumped into the algorithms. There's all this, like the right wing have a lot more money to spend on the media than we do, and so they kind of control the narrative in a lot of ways. So let me get back to the video, though. I didn't mean to pause it for too long. So.
Of course, as you well know, immediately after 9/11, we have the list of countries to be targeted given to General Wesley Clark, a list that clearly existed before 9/11 even occurred. Subsequently, every one of those countries, every one of them, was endured a once in 1,000 year drought. Statistically, mathematically, that's impossible without climate intervention operations. And we have the leader of Iran on the floor of the UN, on film, on the record, stating NATO was cutting off their precipitation. We have Iranian top scientists recently stating NATO's been doing this for 40 years. Destabilize the food supply, and you destabilize the population.
Here's more from Dane.
Say NATO.
The leader of Iran on the floor of the UN, on film, on the record, stating NATO was cutting off their precipitation. We have Iranian top scientists recently stating NATO's been doing this for 40 years. Destabilize the food supply by destabilizing the rain, and you destabilize the population.
Here's more from Dane.
I'm saying that we know the technology exists to steer storms of that size. So why would we think they're not using these type of operations? We have historical precedent. Project Popeye in Vietnam was so successful at controlling precipitation. By 1976, they passed the INMOD treaties forbidding weather manipulation for wartime purposes, but not over a country's own population. The Chinese government has long since openly stated they were engineering snowstorms with endothermic reacting elements. These are patented elements that can literally transition a rain event into snow. They were so successful in China, they caused billions of dollars of damage to Beijing, at which time they began to be less open about this. Everybody covered it. CNN, Popular Science, The Guardian. But if you bring that up here, suddenly you're a tinfoil hat wearing nutcase.
We'll be right back with more of this story after a brief message from our sponsor. All right, quick break to talk.
Let's skip that.
We actually have scientific explanations.
Terms that.
Oh,
Rumble.com.
What's that?
We actually have scientific explanations of how the cloud seeding works too. They've explained it. They've explained it to the public. But this, the HARP, right? He's just going to get into it. The ionizing the atmosphere.
That's not proven from what I looked into that. There was the problem is that the power of the Earth's, like the amount of energy that the weather system that the Earth is creating is so much more powerful than the little bit of dent that we can try to make in the atmosphere up there, that it's a nice idea, but I don't think it's been proven in practice yet.
And they say it's in they say it's in like the stratosphere or the iosphere. It's in a part of the atmosphere that storms do not happen or that have no play in a storm. They're saying they're affecting a part of the atmosphere that has nothing to do with weather.
If the way that if you want to try and still explain how that would work, whatever, it would have to work in such an indirect way that there would be it's too complex that there would be no real kind of proof to be able to show for it. But I guess with this kind of technology, the argument is that they're trying to erase their tracks and that kind of stuff. But that's where it just gets to be a leap of faith at the end of the day as to whether or not this is actually possible. So, you want to, Abby, do you have some comments, or do you want to be going on with the video? Or I'm still out. Jury's out on the HARP for me.
Oh, I can't just.
Oh, you're muted there again.
Listen, can you hear me?
Yeah. Is that the baby there?
Oh, you can?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I had to go get the baby because my mom was getting tired, so I didn't really hear all of it, but I watched it before. I'm just gonna listen to what y'all have to say, and I'll respond to y'all.
Well, I don't think the expert that he's got on, the Wiggington guy, I don't think he's a credible. But let's let the video play. Maybe see if we can get to the end.
And if you want to hear testimony in Congress, this is real. This is from C-SPAN. Here's testimony in Congress.
Thank you, Senator. The Air Force has gotten great value out of HARP in the past. We took over from the.
So he's talking about HARP. That's the program to do weather modification and shoot energy into the ionosphere.
We managed it and actually did a number of experiment campaigns up there, and have finished our work that we're interested in doing up there. We've moving on to other ways of managing the ionosphere, which the HARP was really designed to do, was to inject energy into the ionosphere to be able to actually control it. And but that work has been completed.
Yes, sir. Another question on the.
So they got it figured out how to control the ionosphere. That's what he just said. Okay, here's more.
In an interview with the Los Angeles Times on April 21st, you said that you told the Associated Press that the American government has created weather tampering techniques so that the New World Order will be able to starve millions of Americans and to control the rest. Would you explain what you were trying to say?
Well, what I was trying to say is exactly what I said. There is weather control techniques. We have a complete package on that, which I did not bring, but I certainly will see to it that it is brought in for the record. Number one, the entire patents on the equipment. Number two, Senator Claiborne Pell's complete statement and story of his own that not only does it exist, but that we even utilize it as far back as the Vietnam War. You might want to touch base with Senator Pell.
I just want to repeat before I turn to
So yes, but we do have all that information.
You're saying the government has created weather tampering techniques so that the, quote, New World Order will be able to starve millions of Americans.
Worldwide.
Millions of Americans. And to control the rest.
Yes, sir. And that's my belief. As bizarre as that sounds, if somebody had told me that equipment even existed 10 years ago, I would have thought they were nuts, sir. And at this point in time, we have all the documents to prove it. And if you think that 85 tornadoes takes place in the middle of our growing area by simultaneous accident, I'm sorry. With the equipment that's already set up internationally, and as bizarre as that is, it is proven and documented. We will supply you with those documents. As bizarre as that is, I would say that weather wars, and this is quoting actually Senator Claiborne Pell himself, that they are the greatest weapon ever created in the world, and that's the senator's own statement. So yes, I have to do something on that.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Thank you.
Here's a little bit more.
Geoengineering allows militaries to command and control the battlefield, to throw communication signals much further and more efficiently in an ionized atmosphere. So power, profit, and then the most troubling one, and this is very hard for people to get
population control.
What we might call population control.
To control the weather, and he who controls the weather will control the world.
So that's LBJ.
Yeah.
He who controls the weather will control the world.
It dawned on me many years ago that the official story we've been presented with about what is called climate change, it seems to be incomplete at best. Few in the civil sector fully understand that geoengineering is primarily a military science and has nothing to do with either cooling the planet or lowering carbon emissions. When they say we're waging war on carbon dioxide, they're literally, as you just said, waging war on life itself. This transhumanist impulse to merge the human species with the machines and technologies that we've created. Breathing consciously and strategically is the portal into more mindfulness. I think really awakening to our potential as humans. For those humans who don't believe, as you said earlier, in geoengineering, Please understand that there are literally tens of thousands of pages of public records all over the world indicating ongoing weather manipulation and climate modification projects for almost 100 years.
So there you go.
You know, you may not be aware of this, but Tehran was almost made uninhabitable by drought. And the drought was engineered in part by U.S. radar systems that were blasting energy to ionize the atmosphere to steer clouds away from Iran and to actually cause a drought. It's just classic geoengineering, multiple ways to achieve this.
So Iran can develop hypersonic missiles, but the U.S. can steer clouds and Iran can't. China, we know for sure, can steer clouds. Pretty sure Russia can. It's just hard to know where the claim ends.
Wait, did you just say China? We know for sure can steer clouds.
Yeah, we know they are doing cloud seeding for domestic purposes. You know, it's all.
Okay, so you know that for sure. You know what? Let me shut up. All right.
I'm just saying, I don't understand how the U.S. could cause a drought in Iran for 40 years and Iran's going to take it lying down. I don't know how they can make hypersonic missiles and not make weather modification countervailing measures. I don't know if that's the right. You know, there's always this. There's the counter technology arms race that's at play, right? You develop a jamming tech, then you develop a counter jamming tech. So that's what I'm saying. It's like there's a lot that the militaries know this debate much better than we do, where they have access to the classified information that kind of explains all this, right? We're just kind of left guessing in the dark, I think. Any comments?
But you know for sure China could do it. That's what you said. You know for sure.
So we look that up. I think that's what they claim just in this video or whatever. Like they're doing the classic propaganda thing of mixing lies with truth, right? So China has admitted to. Let me look at admits.
So just because the United States doesn't admit, that means they can't do it?
Mike, you're talking about seeding, correct? Specifically seeding? Yeah, okay.
I was saying they've admitted to doing cloud seeding for their crops and stuff. Like, I don't. Yeah. And then they're talking about this weather thing. They've signed a treaty, it's banned or whatever. But even if they signed it, it's the exact same thing. The bioweapons is like the parallel argument thing to this, because the bioweapons treaty was signed to ban all this tech in the 70s as well, and it's considered unenforceable at this point. So all of these treaties are dead letters. That's something we, I think, agree on. I don't know. You guys disagree on that? You think that
how many treaties has America actually
weather tech too, but that's the sort of stuff that's classified.
How many treaties since the beginning of America have they actually made good on? That would be a good thing to look up.
How many treaties? What's that?
Like the percentage of trees that they actually made good on. That would be a really good thing to look up.
There's also some questions don't have statistics to answer them almost for a reason. We'll be able to find a definitive answer on that one.
But what has happened is that since those large radar installations around the Persian Gulf have been destroyed by Iranian drones, the rains have returned. And now in the last week or so, we have really record rains in Tehran and what was almost uninhabitable. I mean,
so there, I don't know how much more you need to hear about this, but it's real. It happened. We've already used it, Operation Popeye, that everybody knows, which led to a treaty in the 70s saying we wouldn't use this anymore. And you don't have a treaty for a weapon system that doesn't exist. You have a treaty for a weapon system that not only exists, but it's already been used and proven that it works. And we did it in Vietnam, and we've been doing it. Why do you think they ever stopped? Because they didn't, and they've ramped it up. Okay, that's it. We and if you'd like to hear my jokes about this and my jokes about climate change, which I have a bunch, come see me May
Jimmy.
7th. What's up, Kurt?
Oh, so Rogan just texted me. So on X, they're all going, no, they've had the same rainfall for 5 years. They're all on their line.
Is it all somebody named Joey 5643281?
Yeah, is their last name that? Put a Witz or a Feld on the end of those numbers, and then you know what you.
So come see me tell jokes about this in Burbank, California.
All right, I don't think we need to hear where he's doing his comedy shows. That's good enough. So I think, are we done with this?
Driving Miss Maisie is here. Driving Miss Maisie is here.
Yeah, welcome back, Macy. Yeah, I think we kind of. We have any more to say on the weather modification stuff?
No, I don't feel like you or I either approved or disproved anything. I feel like I
proved kind of something for both our sides. You established that it's a very real, scientifically validated thing that's been happening for a long time, and then we also established that its effect in warfare or whatever is unpredictable and not as effective as they want. But that's like that's where the information about that was then, this is now, is kind of been classified. They don't tell us anything about this kind of stuff properly.
I've been aware of that cloud seeding's thing for a while, but I don't agree with the HARP stuff, with the ionization stuff. That sounds.
The HARP claim is where we maybe, if we want to keep this conversation going, we should have to pivot to that, because I also agree that's. I'm not sure that he claimed in that video that they have the ability to control the entire ionosphere. That's been done. Was that like in a? I think that was the Dane Wigington guy, but then there's like these Congress video, whatever you call them, debriefings or whatever. Those are, we could maybe dig into those, but it's also Congress or whatever. Is that like part of the spectacle? Are we supposed to take what they disclose in Congress like that as evidence of truth tellers now? It's like a limited hangout. I don't know. Macy says they took out the North Pole. Look at old globes. What do you mean they took out the North Pole? The pole is on the move, by the way. That's something I'd like to understand. What's going on is the weakening strength of the Earth's magnetic field is causing the pole to shift.
So people like to say that it just shifts like this every 40 years. But no, it's a gradual, like the poles shift occasionally, but it's gradual. It's not like super quick.
There is maybe some potential compelling evidence that they have had some more violent reversals, but those might, like you're saying, not every 40 years, but like every
40,000.
40,000, or more like 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years, kind of. In which case, there's nothing that you can do about it. If it happens, it happens. It's like the sun exploding.
Yeah, people think that like we're. I don't want to talk about the New Agers, But like they believe
Age of Aquarius.
They believe that the Earth is just gonna flip like that one day, and then we're gonna go into an age of enlightenment because we're in an age of like darkness right now.
Yeah, sorry, just getting a cigarette here. Yeah, that's where like there's like the Atlantis people, there's the flat earthers, there's the New Agers. There's a little bit of a lot of kookiness out there. Don't want to get pulled into a cult. I wonder what else do we have to talk about here? Let's see.
I'm just muting a lot because this baby will not go to sleep.
They want to have.
Oh, he just stopped moaning. There, wait, hold on. There you go. Probably not good for the sound on the podcast. And going,
They're practicing.
on. Which is crazy because I was trying to put him on a sleep schedule, and when you asked me, Michael, today if I wanted to do the show, I was so tired. That boy had me up to 3 a.m. Like he would not go to sleep. Like every time I put him to sleep, in about 10 minutes he'd pop up like it was a new day. I couldn't understand it.
I hope his parents appreciate what you're doing for them.
I hope so too. He good. Like why they get themselves together? He's straight. He don't need to be, in a tumultuous situation. He needs somewhere stable. So he's straight. I appreciate you and the podcast for putting up with me while we're trying to figure this out.
Oh, no worries. Thanks for still doing the show tonight. I wasn't sure if you were wanting to take another.
I was trying to make it work, and we kind of did,
Look how high he is above these clouds.
I gotta figure out something else for Thursday though.
Yeah. Well, we want to try and get Dulcie on here. I'm not sure if we can get her on for Thursday, but we'll find something.
Well, the thing is, I think I'm still gonna have him. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Well, today. Because I think
I gotta go to work for
I really don't know how long I'm gonna have him.
I gotta go to work for 4.
Mm-hmm.
For 4.
If there's ever a global peace, will be thrown in an ice age.
Oh, you gonna?
He stopped moaning. You see that?
Yeah, that's all those nuclear tests.
You coming with me home?
You can take him.
Where he sleep?
As far as the CO2 argument, though, I think the claim is that the nuclear bombs they, are like, radiation. I don't think they contribute to the CO2 global, like the anthropogenic warming effect. I don't know. But that's like what they say. I feel like, how does blowing up thousands of nuclear bombs in the atmosphere like not fuck with it? But what? How? In what way does it do that? So.
Well, there's obviously the heat release, the interaction between different pressures, that being the bomb pushing everything away. the radioactive waste thrown into the atmosphere, which I think that baby might be the generation born without having been affected by those nuclear tests, if they haven't been doing those tests. I don't know what else.
So I don't know if this is the conversation.com is that great of a website. The question would be, did atomic bomb test damage our upper atmosphere? Is not exactly the question I was looking for. Let me see if it kind of says it indirectly in here, just real quick. You go ahead if you were saying something.
No, that was about it.
Yeah, that doesn't really answer the question I'm looking for. I gotta find a different source. Okay, here. Exactly. How much has nuclear testing contributed to global warming? Okay, let me share the screen. So, is that big enough? Let's see. Almost. Too far. A reasonable estimate indicates that the total energy released by nuclear explosions in the 20th century amounts to 600 megatons TNT equivalent of energy, or 2.5 billion joules. That estimate is larger than the 530 megatons TNT equivalent estimated by UNSCER, so it can be considered a conservative estimate. Divided over the 510 million square meters of the Earth's surface and over the 2 decades of peak testing, that represents 8 millionth of a watt per square meter of power. For comparison, the 1.8 watts per square meter of CO2 radiated forcing, go away please, as of 2011, generates approximately 29 billion trillion joules of energy over the Earth's surface in a single year, or more than 10,000 times as much energy in a year that the entire combined nuclear weapons program of the world has generated. That's pretty sobering.
I want to see what the energy release of that compared to our industries are.
So you wanted to see?
I don't think you'll be able to. But I guess just in a year, like tallying.
Hey, can you guys hear
all
me?
the world. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh no!
It's all right, man.
It's okay.
It's okay, Maisie. That's a good topic.
I need to get you first, huh? Yeah, what? Who the shit? Oh my gosh. Okay, man. And he's still. Hold on, let me get out this phone. What? Let me.
Oh, there she goes. I don't know if she meant to completely drop out, but hopefully she'll be right back. I guess the baby all of a sudden demanded some immediate attention. Okay, I don't know if there's more. Do you want to read more about that? Just while we wait, or... Oh, it's not the whole story. We should probably read it then, since it's not the whole story. Okay, what does it say? Many nuclear tests kick up a lot of dust, which reflects sunlight, thereby cooling the Earth. Indeed, according to Turco et al. 1983, that is the dominant effect of nuclear explosions on climate. The result is that nuclear testing is likely to have reflected more energy from the sun than they generated. That is, nuclear testing is likely to have been a net cooling factor. Not good, in my opinion, because then they get to the idea that, well, let's use nukes to cool the climate. What could go wrong?
I think I've heard that. What's what's the total energy again?
You want me to scroll back up here?
Yeah, it's
The total energy released by nuclear explosions amounts to 600 megatons TNT, or 2.5 billion joules. This is what you're looking for right here?
10 to the power of 16?
18.
18. That's literally the amount, like the is it this one? Yeah, that's actually that's pretty close to what we're releasing every year of energy, of what we're producing with fossil fuels.
Oh, just with the fossil fuels. That's like an interesting addition to this, I think, because what it's saying, so 2.5 billion, that's quite a lot. But then at the bottom it says, for comparison, the 1.8 watts per square meter of CO2 radiative forcing as of 2011 generates approximately 29 billion trillion joules of energy. And that's not the fossil fuels being burned. That is the radiative forcing, the energy, the heat energy that they can measure from the CO2 radiative process or whatever.
Which my experience, you talked about something wonderful last time, and that is criticizing idealism in science.
Yeah.
In my own experience, like our math around like thermal stuff or energy, it's not up to par. Like try and figure out. Don't actually do it, because it'll.
Yeah, I don't have the math capabilities to fact check these equations, obviously, right?
Like try and figure out how much energy you burn by lifting up, like, say, 100 pounds. Like, say you just lift up 100 pounds to your whole body. How much energy did you just burn? It's actually very hard to find.
Exactly.
And it's not like you can't just do, oh yeah, so an engine picks up this much with this many watts. Like it's not like that. It's there's a discontinuity in continuity in that.
That reminds me, a while ago I was trying to the thought occurred to me to try and compare how much energy is being expended on, like, I think it was Bitcoin and like cryptocurrencies. How much energy every year is the energy grid expending on that, compared to how much energy, like, there's the human labor that is being carried out, and all of that human labor can be conceptualized in this energy equation of how much energy the bodies are burning to produce the value for the economic system. And the rejection of the labor theory of value is hyper focusing on this. The value of money is being generated by these computer systems, and it's kind of missing that comparison energy expenditure, because the amount of value being created through any kind of purely technological production is dwarfed by the amount of energy that the human beings are creating in the economy. It's like orders of magnitude more energy that human beings bring, like completely validating the labor theory of value. But there is nobody who's done that kind of to actually, like, I can get like the very rough sketches from the AI making it a hypothesis about this, but to get scientists to do the calculations of how many human beings are actually out there working right now, generating this, whatever, like that's a sophisticated study to carry out.
It's almost it'd almost be Malthusian to want to go into that. You know, it kind of seems like something you wouldn't want to see the light of day.
It's a kind of dangerous research in the wrong hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like where we've advanced. That's where I think we're in the dangerous point. Like, it's nice to remember humanity is essentially young in the big long view, but we have kind of grown out of infancy, and we're kind of approaching more that adolescence phase. We're becoming dangerous to ourselves and the environment, and it becomes extremely important for this kind of work to be done ethically. You know, I just don't think those people doing this work are doing it ethically. There's something to be said about like the way that the scientist is specifically targeted by the bourgeoisie to be like a class traitor in a way. It's like the Star Wars movies remind me, like there's scientists that build the Death Star kind of thing, and they're coerced into it or bribed into it, and so then the nerd becomes the new greatest threat to humanity in a way. But becoming a Luddite is no way to overcome the problem. And then the one way to defeat the Empire or whatever I forget which movie, one of the more recent Star Wars movies, a guy is trying to, it's not I don't know if it's not quite a Death Star, but it's something similar, kind of doomsday weapon. And the guy, the lead scientist, like sabotages the project and then gets martyred for it. But it delays the development of the super weapon long enough for the resistance to destroy it before it's used to destroy more than one planet, kind of thing. And that's basically that's like a nice entertainment or a fictional representation of the high stakes that we're at in nonfiction, right? Goddamn sci-fi. Well, I was thinking Abby might be returning shortly, but I don't know if she's coming back. But we've been going on pretty late. It's like probably 3 o'clock in the morning for me. Yeah, it's past 3. So I got to get off. Got to go to sleep. I'm going to throw my day off tomorrow. So thanks for joining me, Dan. You got some final thoughts?
No.
Not to put you on the spot, but we've had plenty of good thoughts tonight. So thanks for joining me again. And I'll see you around, or see you next time. See you soon.
Yeah, maybe I'll touch up on a bit of bit of that stuff we were thinking about talking about.
Yeah. Well, one thing that we could have talked about that we had been talking a bit in the Discord about was the no investigation, no right to speak, and a lot of what we went over tonight is a good validation of that. In that you can speak all day, all long about something you've never investigated. It doesn't bring much value to any discussion that you're having about it. But the dialectic thing that I've found, the dialectical response to that kind of, because there could be some, I think there are some kind of problems of chauvinism that opens the door to about the only people who have the right to speak are the educated elite. And so to identify that problem is the right step, and then to not exacerbate it is the right next step. But then all the other side of the dialectic is the Buddhist kind of ancient, those who know do not speak. Right?
Mao would, I think it's in combat liberalism. It might be in something else though. He would criticize to be worldly wise and say nothing is a form of liberalism.
It's pretty, not like it's criminal or anything, but it's pretty morally wrong, right? To be able to help those around you and to choose not to out of some kind of spiritual arrogance.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. On that note, maybe we can end it. So.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah, have a good night. Take care.
You too.